Holly, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Oh man, gets me every time. Hey, sheesh. What's up, Butterbean? Good to see you again. Hi, Holly. Hopefully you're doing well. Back for another round, are we? Hello, Kellogg. How are you guys doing? In for a fun one tonight. Yes, thank you. Awesome. Awesome. Um, Butterbean, how are your kids doing? I kind of told people a little bit about what happened in your household last night. Pretty pumped about that. That's exciting. Hopefully you can build on top of that foundation now and kind of help them understand more and more as the days go on. Um, that is very cool, though. I love hearing about that. Hey, Christy. Good evening. Katie, hello. Man, I'm ready to pop this off. Let's go. Just wait a couple more minutes and then we can start. I'll do a recap like I normally do, and then we will dive on in and unpack some of this stuff, which is pretty neat. There's some fun stuff in here um, that I'm excited to share. Hey, Jen. Tenny, hello. You start so late. It's great. Butterbean, awesome. Good. Hello and good almost morning. Yeah, I know. Sorry, T. Hardy. This is early for me, but I know it's late for most people, depending on where you're at. Some people, if you're over on the West Coast, then this is probably a good time. But if you're over here on the East Coast, then it's probably getting a little too late. But um, I'll upload all these if you guys are interested. I haven't uploaded any of the Daniel ones on YouTube yet, but I will get to that for sure. It's actually really interesting because my my wife wanted to watch Revelation chapter 4 and 5, and she asked if it was up on YouTube, and I was like, yeah. And so I went and checked it out because she said it wasn't there, and it's been removed from YouTube. So I have no idea why it got removed, but I know for a fact it was up there. So it was, it's kind of frustrating because I don't have the video anymore. So if I want to put it back up there, I got to redo the entire thing. So that's unfortunate. I'm at work and listening. Nice. Hey, Beth, how are you? 10:45 here. Okay, yeah, it's 11:45 here. 11:45. Yeah. What do you do, Beth? What do you do since you're at work right now? What kind of job do you do? What was the video just teaching about it? The video that they took down was just talking about Revelation chapter 4 and chapter 5, and those are pivotal for understanding a pre-tribulation rapture viewpoint. And so it's really interesting that those got taken down. But the good thing is that I do a recap on every single one of those videos. So if that message on chapter 4 and chapter 5 is pretty much littered throughout the rest of those recaps. So that's fun. Hello, beautiful friends. What's up, Shelba? How are you? YouTube, yeah, Savage Ghost. There's a YouTube link on my TikTok little profile there. If you just go there and right under my profile, you can see it. There's a little link you can click and it'll take you right there. Hello, Candace. Yeah, absolutely. YouTube. Yeah, I don't know if you. Hey, Katie. I don't know if YouTube took them down, but they're not there anymore. And I didn't get like a message or an email or anything like that. I just know that chapter 4 and 5 it's down. What's your testimony? hi, Ryan and everyone. I was born and raised Christian. I'm a pastor's kid. I was saved. I don't have a date or a time like a lot of people do. But I got saved at a young age, got baptized at a young age, and now here I am learning and growing just like everybody else, and I'm a student of the Bible just like everybody else, and I figured I'd hop on here and share what I got, because I know there's a lot of people out there who are doing this, but it's really weird. There's some, it's a lot of confusion out there, and so hopefully the thought on making this TikTok account was just to help bring some clarity on some stuff, because there's a lot of people out there who are teaching incorrect things. So, yeah, thanks. Can you contact YouTube and ask them hi, please? I did. I shot them an email. I said, hey, you took down my Revelation 4 and 5, and I asked them why. So if they respond, we'll find out. Hello, family. What's up, Mustang? Bree, hello. Hello, sir. What's up, Deidre? How are you? Awesome. I will definitely start catching up on YouTube then. Yeah, Hardy, it's going to be a lot of whatever you're seeing here. I literally just copy and paste over there, so you might have to kind of fast forward through some stuff. There's no way to see people's comments on the YouTube one. Yeah, I know, Cody. I know. That's funny. But how's the headache? Headache is gone. Thanks for asking. I always wondered if they were going to add the comments on there, but they didn't put comments up, so I'm okay. I think that's okay. I think it's kind of a distraction for some people too at sometimes. Hey, Rick, how are you? Mama Loves Roses. I read Revelations, but I did not understand it. Well, I love talking about that book, so if you ever have any questions, shoot me a message, and I would love to help you out if I can. Also, all of those videos are up on YouTube. Good evening, everyone. Hello, Kim. Am I frozen? Am I frozen right now? Katie says I'm frozen. Oh man, is it going to be one of those nights? Hopefully not. No? Hey, what's up? Okay, not frozen. Okay. Not for me, not for me. Did you just start? I just started. Yep. Awesome. No, you're not. Okay, perfect. All right, awesome. All right, so probably wait about 3 more minutes, and then we will go through the review. Hopefully the review isn't too long, but I do think it's helpful for people who haven't been here before, so that they can kind of catch up and get a little perspective on where we were and where we are now in the book of Daniel. And it helps really, repetition is important to really drive some thoughts, and it'll stick with you for a lot longer time. And I don't know if you guys have found that to be true if you were here for the book of Revelation, but if you were here for our study of the book of Revelation, which took like 2 months, then you probably, if you were here for all the reviews at least, you probably can spit it back on somebody else if you needed to without too much difficulty. Michael texts, Revelations already happened. The plural. Hello, Amanda. Yay, the book of Revelation was with you was so awesome. Awesome. That's so cool, Amanda. Awesome. Can I ask an off-subject question? Absolutely. Yeah, Katie, it might be on your end because I just asked everybody if I was frozen, and everybody said it was fine. So it might be on your end. Maybe back out and come back in. But yeah, Hardy, what's up? What's up, Ron? Good evening, brother. Good evening, Wolf. Good evening. You wouldn't know it if it did. I think are you a Sabbath keeper? Am I a Sabbath keeper? So there's a verse, it's interesting. There's a verse in Colossians that I always go to on these kinds of questions. And I don't really know where you're coming from on that kind of question, but I'll read it to you. And it's something that you can kind of put in your back pocket, because this is kind of what I go to for whenever somebody's like, oh, you celebrate Christmas and it's, or it should be on Saturday or Sunday or all these things. But, people can try to create all kinds of divisions and whatnot. But there is, in Colossians 2 verse 16 and 17, it says this: "So let no one judge you in food or in drink, or regarding a festival or a new moon or Sabbaths, which are a shadow of things to come, but the substance is of Christ." So you can always resort back to that one when people are creating divisions on, like, what, I'm right on and you're wrong on the days that we should do this, or we shouldn't do anything on Christmas because it's all pagan and Easter is all pagan and all this and that. It's just like, well, God knows your heart. And I always go back to that one. So take that how you will. Do you think that the war battle from Psalm 83 has already been fulfilled? There's a lot of people throwing that one out there, Hardy. I really haven't dove into it to really give you an educated answer. The ones that I'm focusing on right now are Ezekiel 38 and 39, which, there's all kinds of thoughts on that, and I've been trying to see all angles on that and try to understand it better myself. What I do know, and what I'll tell you, is that the Ezekiel 38, 39 war has not happened yet. But from what I understand, so there's kind of two different camps on Ezekiel 38 and 39. One camp is that people believe that Ezekiel 38 and 39 is going to occur during the second coming, or that's basically happening right around that same time during the Battle of Armageddon. The other camp is that it's right before the tribulation time, but both sides, both camps, almost all of those people agree that it is after the rapture. So that's good. Hopefully they're all right, but it's difficult to really put a date on any of these things. I enjoy these lives. Thanks, Beth. I appreciate that. Hello, Sheena. Yes. Okay. All right. We can go ahead and start diving in and unpacking this kind of stuff. When Jesus rose from the dead, wasn't that a second coming? No, because he was here. No joke. I'm praying we are pre-trib. No, this rapture is not super biblical. Hey, Nathan. Yeah, it is. If you, I did a video on this as well. A lot of people say that the word rapture is not in the Bible. But we need to always remember, no matter what, whenever you read your Bible, you are reading English words, because that's what we speak. That's what we read. That's how we understand things, because of an English perspective. But if you take that English hat off and put on your Greek hat, then you see a completely different translation. In the Greek Bible, the word harpazo is there. And then if you take off your Greek hat and put on your Latin hat, now you're reading a Latin Bible, and the word is raptoro. And so we derive the word rapture from the word raptoro. So for you to say it's not biblical, I think it's just a lack of understanding, which is fine. You don't know what you don't know. But I would be careful about saying certain things unless you've done your own. Yeah, there's the cap. All right, we're going to take it off. Thanks, Kat. Savannah, hello. All right. No joke. I'm praying we are pre-trib. No kidding. No kidding. Thank you for that, Kat. It's good to see you. I'm going to pause the live here. Thanks, Trisha. I'm going to pause the live here for a second, and I will be right back. Just give me... You were helping me out. Nice. Okay, I'm back. Hopefully can you guys hear me? I don't know whenever I pause it if it messes up the audio or anything like that, but can you guys hear me right now? If you guys can, then we will. Yepers. All right, so we're going to dive on in, and we're going to do a recap of the book of Daniel. So I always do a recap at the beginning of each live. If you were here for the entire time of our study of the book of Daniel, can you raise your hand? Can you raise your hand if you have been here for the entire time of what we've covered so far? Hello, CJ. Holly's been here the whole time. Candace, yes. Kat, Kellogg, let's go. Yup. I got to chapter 3. Okay, Katie. Good. Awesome. All right, well, one of you guys who have been here the whole time can come on up and do the recap, and let's see how you do. Jennifer in the back, you missed Daniel one. That's okay. We're gonna go over it. Hello, CJ. Katie, hello. All right. So we're gonna go in. We're gonna do a recap. So I'll try to catch you up if you weren't here for any of those chapters. But I always start off with the book of Daniel is to understand the groundwork leading up to chapter 1. And it's important to understand that Jerusalem was or Judah was under siege 3 different times by Nebuchadnezzar. So he goes to Nebuchadnezzar, Nebuchadnezzar goes to Judah and sieges it the first time and defeats them. But he doesn't destroy anything. He doesn't destroy the city or the temple or anything like that. He just goes inside the temple and he takes a couple things with him that were inside the temple. Now those are holy type of like tools, like cups, like instruments. He takes some of those things and he brings them back to Babylon. So he defeats them the first time. And when Judah got defeated the first time, the king in Judah was Jehoiakim. So then Jehoiakim, he has his advisors all around him, and his advisors tell King Jehoiakim to go rebel against Nebuchadnezzar again, because they're pushing back against King Nebuchadnezzar. And so they push back against King Nebuchadnezzar, and again, Nebuchadnezzar comes back and he swats them down, and he's like, don't do that. And again, Judah is defeated the second time. And then after the second time, King Jehoiakim, he dies, and his son, Jeconiah, or he also goes by Jehoiachin, so it's the same name, different, or same, two names, but the same person. And this kid is 8 years old, and he becomes king. And then he gives up the throne to his uncle eventually. His throne, or his uncle was named Zedekiah. And so Zedekiah has his advisors around him, and they all tell King Zedekiah to go rebel against Nebuchadnezzar again. So this is the third time now that they're rebelling against King Nebuchadnezzar. So at this point, Nebuchadnezzar is getting ticked off, and he goes and lays siege on Judah for the third time. And then the third time that he does this, he wipes out Jerusalem, he destroys the city, and he destroys the temple. And I need you to understand that the temple that was destroyed was built by King Solomon. This temple was marvelous. It was one of a kind. There was nothing like it ever before, and it was a sight to behold. But King Nebuchadnezzar absolutely destroyed it. And so while these 3 sieges take place, on the first of those sieges, he takes some captives with him and brings those people back to Babylon, so that they could train them up and indoctrinate them in a way so that they can basically become Babylonian. And so that brings us to Daniel chapter 1. And in Daniel chapter 1, it's important to understand Daniel chapter 1, verse 2. It says, "And the Lord gave Jehoiakim, king of Judah, into his hand." Thanks, Stephanie. It says in Daniel chapter 1, verse 2, it says, "The Lord gave Jehoiakim, king of Judah, into his hand." I need you guys to understand, it's very, very important to understand that these are God's people, and he is giving them up to a pagan king. So God is giving his people up to a pagan king so that they will be in captivity for specifically 70 years. And the reason that they were in captivity for 70 years was because if you go back and you read the law, God told his people that they were to work the land for 6 years, and then on the 7th year they were supposed to not touch the land, basically let it rest and basically heal itself in a sense. But they didn't listen, so they just kept on working the ground, and they did that for 490 years. Those are sabbatical years. So for 490 years, they didn't listen to God, and then God shows up and he says, "You owe me 70 years because you didn't listen to me." So God takes his people and gives them to King Nebuchadnezzar. It wasn't King Nebuchadnezzar who defeated him, it was essentially God allowed them to be defeated. And so it's important to understand that kind of idea because God takes things very seriously. It's insane to me to think that was, hey, they were just messing with the ground when they shouldn't have messed with the ground. And it's weird that, that's a harsh kind of punishment, right? Like 70 years, you're going to put me in captivity for 70 years because I didn't listen to what you told me to do regarding the ground. I didn't hurt anybody. I didn't do anything. This wasn't affecting anybody around me. But God, this shows how serious God takes things. And it's important to understand his point of view because that's the only point of view that really matters. So hopefully you guys can relate the two on how serious he looks at sin. It is a very, very serious thing. When he says something, he means it. It's not something that we tend to, as we humanize things, and we think that it's not that big of a deal when we do this little white lie or this little sin over here or whatever. No, it's a big deal to God. And that gives us some perspective. But anyways, you have Daniel and his three buddies, Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah. And right when they get there, the Babylonians give them a Babylonian name. And they turn their names into Belteshazzar, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. And that is how we all pretty much remember their names. But they give them a Babylonian name. And this eunuch shows up and tells Daniel and his buddies, now mind you, these guys are 12 to 14 years old. He tells them to eat of the king's delicacies, but all of that food was from, they offered it to their idols. So David and his buddies were wise enough to understand not to eat of that food because it was given to idols. And it's interesting because if you go to Deuteronomy chapter 6, and you read verse 4 through 9, you'll see a type of homeschooling. And the reason that Daniel and his buddies knew not to do those things was because of how they were raised. And so there's a lot to be said about raising your children right. And you need to raise your children in the right manner. And you need, if you don't teach them, then who will? If you think you're going to take them to church and they're going to learn everything that you want them to learn just from going to church from one hour a week, you are sadly mistaken. They should already know everything or most things going to church, and then when they are in church, they are sharpening their sword in a sense. So, anyways, they stand before King Nebuchadnezzar. These four children, teenagers, stand before King Nebuchadnezzar, and King Nebuchadnezzar finds them 10 times better than all the other magicians and astrologers. So then we get to chapter 2. And in chapter 2, we are introduced to the, first off, I guess I didn't tell you this before. The first 6 chapters of Daniel are historical. The second 6 chapters are more of a vision type of perspective. So in Daniel chapter 2, it's also important to understand that chapters 2 through 7 are written in Aramaic. Aramaic was the Gentile language of the world back then. So it was written in an Aramaic language. And all the other chapters were written in Hebrew. And it's important to understand the context there, because if you're going to write a letter to your buddy and you write it in English, that implies that it's meant for English-speaking people. But if I write you a letter and it's written in Hebrew, you can almost assume that this is written for the Jewish type of people. So it's important to understand the context. Chapter 2 through 7 is written in Aramaic. So in chapter 2, King Nebuchadnezzar has this dream, and he challenges his wise men and his astrologers and soothsayers and whatnot. And these people are the Chaldeans. You can basically look at these type of guys as a type of occultic advisors, because that's how all of these people kind of operated underneath King Nebuchadnezzar. So King Nebuchadnezzar has this dream, and he tested his guys by confronting them with the problem, saying, you tell me the dream, and then you also tell me the interpretation. So all of these guys start freaking out because they cannot, for the life of them, they're like, nobody's ever asked this before. We can't do this. There's nobody in the world who can do this. And so it's important to understand that King Nebuchadnezzar was a man of wrath and fury and decisiveness. He acted quickly, because in chapter 2, verse 13, it says, so the decree went out and they began killing the wise men. So they couldn't interpret King Nebuchadnezzar's dream. So King Nebuchadnezzar said, I'm going to kill you. And so he gave the command. And so all of these guys start getting killed in the kingdom. But then the captain of the king's guard shows up and starts talking to Daniel. And Daniel's like, what's going on? And he's like, hey, we're killing everybody. And Daniel said, hey, why don't you give us some time? So they grant Daniel some time. Daniel goes to his three buddies, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, and they have a prayer meeting, and then the Lord reveals this dream and interpretation to King Nebuchadnezzar. And then you see this prayer where Daniel gives thanks to the Lord, and you see the amount of times where Daniel says God, God, God. He makes the prayer all about him, and he very rarely uses the word I or me. And I think that's very important. There's a lot to take away from that. Anyways, Daniel starts interpreting the dream to King Nebuchadnezzar, and what the dream is, it's this statue that shows up, and he explains all this to King Nebuchadnezzar. And there's a statue with a head of gold, there's silver, there's brass, there's iron, and then the feet are mixed with iron and partly clay. And what Daniel is explaining to King Nebuchadnezzar is he is giving him a forecast of the empires that are going to be coming after Babylon. And so he tells King Nebuchadnezzar that you are the head of gold. And so this head of gold represents Babylon, the silver represents the Median Persian Empire, and the brass represents the Greece Empire, and then the iron is representative of the Roman Empire. And so it's very interesting to see how he's giving him a forecast of what's coming up next. But then you get to this weird verse in Genesis 2, verse 43. It says, and you saw iron mixed with ceramic clay. They will mingle with the seed of men. So who is this they that Daniel is talking about? And so there's a lot of interesting ideas that go behind that. In Genesis 6, you can unpack some of the interesting things. In Genesis 6, you're introduced to the sons of God, which is the fallen angels, right? Like you have the good angels and then you have the bad angels. But the sons of God here were the ones who mixed with the women on the earth. Somehow they got in there and they had what was called or is called Nephilim or Gigantus, which just means earthborn or fallen ones. And so this is what this could possibly be referring to in Daniel chapter 2, verse 43. So then you get to Daniel chapter 3. And in Daniel chapter 3, you see that, what's up, Austin? Hey, Heather, how are you? In Daniel chapter 3, we are introduced to this situation where throughout this entire chapter, it's really interesting. Daniel is not in chapter 3. He's nowhere to be found. And I find that very fascinating because what you see at the end of Daniel chapter 2 is that King Nebuchadnezzar falls down before Daniel because Daniel was able to give this interpretation and the dream to King Nebuchadnezzar. So King Nebuchadnezzar is getting exposed to who Daniel's God is little by little as we go throughout time. At the end of Daniel chapter 2, King Nebuchadnezzar promotes Daniel and his three boys ahead and higher up than all the other guys. And so you can imagine the environment there because those guys were green with envy. And so in Daniel chapter 3, King Nebuchadnezzar seems to have forgotten his place because he builds a golden statue. Remember, in chapter 2, there's a golden head which represents King Nebuchadnezzar, which represents Babylon. And this golden statue in Daniel 3 is representing of who he was. He's like, I'm that golden head. I'm going to make a whole statue of gold, and that's who I am. And so he makes this golden statue, and he tells everybody when all of these musicians start to play all the music that everybody's going to fall down and worship this golden image. Well, as I'm sure you are aware of, the story goes, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego do not fall down. And I think it's very important to understand that they had all kinds of emotions during this time. And while they were having these emotions, they still stood tall and stood firm, and they held true to their belief in front of the king of the world. King Nebuchadnezzar was the superpower of the world at this time. So you can look at him as the king of the world because of the role that he was playing. So the King Nebuchadnezzar gets so mad that these three guys will not bow down to his idol, and he heats up the furnace 7 times hotter. And when they were throwing them into the fire, the mighty men who were throwing them into the furnace fell down and died themselves. And then in go Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, and they were bound, their hands were bound when they threw them into the fire. And so once King Nebuchadnezzar looks into the fire, he acknowledges that there were 4 inside that were loose. So they go in bound, and then King Nebuchadnezzar describes them as being loose. And I find that very interesting, because the only thing that the fire consumed was exactly what God wanted it to consume, and that was the ropes that were binding Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. King Nebuchadnezzar has them come on out, and he acknowledges who they are, and there's one in there like the Son of God, and he brings them out. And again, so this is the second time where King Nebuchadnezzar is exposed to God, the God of Daniel, and Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. And again, he says, anybody who speaks anything bad about the God of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, he's like, I'm going to cut them in pieces. And so he's acknowledging again who this God is. And then we continue on to chapter 4. In chapter 4, this is you can look at chapter 4 as a type of affidavit. An affidavit is a sworn statement that you individually write yourself. It's not from a second person or a third person point of view. This is a letter that you write yourself. So King Nebuchadnezzar is writing Daniel chapter 4, and he is addressing it to all peoples, nations, and languages that dwell on the earth. This is important because this is a massive area. This is a letter that is going out to everybody. This is the king of the world sending a letter out to everybody in his nation and giving them intimate details about his personal life. That goes against everything that a normal person would ever do. But for some reason, King Nebuchadnezzar felt obligated to do this. And it was a form of humility, which he had to learn. He was very, very prideful in this chapter. And you see that he gets humbled very, very quickly. So there's this tree that he sees. The tree is cut down, that turns into a stump. And then Daniel interprets this dream about the tree. And this tree is very clear that it is all about King Nebuchadnezzar. And Daniel says that King Nebuchadnezzar is going to be basically turning into some kind of an animal, not an animal, but acting like one, being like the beasts of the field, grazing in there and eating the grass and whatnot. And then, so King Nebuchadnezzar hears this, the interpretation of the dream, and he says, okay, cool. And then we go 12 months into the future after that dream was interpreted to King Nebuchadnezzar, and King Nebuchadnezzar in Daniel 4, verse 30, he says this, the king spoke, saying, is not this great Babylon that I have built for a royal dwelling by my mighty power for the honor of my majesty? This pride, ego trip is just happening on full force. And while he was still speaking, the interpretation that Daniel gave him came to be. And so for 7 years, King Nebuchadnezzar is dwelling in the field like a beast. And it describes that that very hour in verse 33, it says, that very hour the word was fulfilled concerning Nebuchadnezzar. He was driven from men. Thanks, Christy. He was driven from men and ate grass like oxen. His body was wet with the dew of heaven till his hair had grown like eagle's feathers and his nails like birds' claws. And then in verse 34, he's giving a recap on everything that happened already. And it says, and at the end of the time, I, Nebuchadnezzar, lifted my eyes to heaven, and understanding returned to me. So his mind came back to him. So he had 7 years where he was acting like a beast, literally acting like a beast, and he went out of the kingdom, and he was pushed out, and they ran him out. And then for 7 years he's doing that kind of thing, like eating of the grass and being hair getting crazy, fingernails getting long. When 7 years concluded, his understanding returned to his mind, and he goes back to his kingdom, and all of that power was restored. And then he sends out this letter to all the peoples and the nations of the earth. And I think that's really interesting. But in verse 34, it says, for his dominion is an everlasting dominion, and his kingdom is from generation to generation. And so that's going to come back into play here as we continue reading. But that is where we basically have left off. And, oh, Wendy got to tell somebody about the Lord. Is that what that means, Wendy? Thank you so much. But that is what is going on in the recap. That's where we're at. And tonight we're going to go through chapter 5 and chapter 6. Ryan, you should quiz us. I would love to quiz. Okay. I can quiz you guys. Now you know. Yeah, you said something yesterday. I picked up on it then. Thank you. That's so cool. One of these days you'll have to come up here and tell us about it, Wendy, whenever you have a free minute. Why did Nebuchadnezzar make everyone guess his first dream and not explain it until after interpret it? It was a test. That's a good question, Kelsey. But he wanted to test his guys, because if I come up to you and I explain everything that happened to me, and your whole job is to basically, it's kind of like, imagine going up to somebody who is a fortune teller, and right when you walk in, they're like, "Hi, what's your name?" You're like, "Wait a second, shouldn't you tell me my name? Like, how are you going to tell me anything about my future if you're asking me my name?" So he's basically quizzing them and saying, "You know what? I had a dream, and you claim you can do this, this, and this." He's like, "Go ahead and prove it to me." And so if you can prove it to me, then I know I can trust you. So that's pretty much what the whole point of that is. Just how those people were magicians, sorcerers, soothsayers, astrologers, and they said that they could do all this and all that. And he's like, "Prove it. Let's see it." Hi, Britt. Hi, Sheesh. None of them could. All right. She wanted me to quiz you guys. So let me see. Let me see if I can ask you a question that I didn't go over because I just gave you a recap. Let's see. Ooh. I think I talked about that. But man, now I'm like thinking. Let me think. Let's see. I think I asked you guys how old they were. I think I said that already. I'll have to think of some questions. Oh, what does the mountain mean in Daniel chapter 2? The mountain. In verse 2, verse 45, it says, "Inasmuch as you saw that stone was cut out of the mountain without hands, and that it broke in pieces of iron." What is the mountain? You can think about it. What does the mountain mean? See you, Brownie. Have a good night. I'm going to go ahead and get out because I need to get some rest for tomorrow. Hopefully. Thanks for hanging out, man. What does the mountain mean? And then we'll get into, what is the mountain? God's discernment. Ooh. Is that the final answer? And we only got one answer. What is it, Lori? Don't say duh. What is the mountain? No clue. Well, if you remember when we went through the book of Revelation, there's mountains that were made, right? And this mountain is just basically emblematic of, you're thinking. It's just representing God's government or kingdom, which is going to be perfect and everlasting. We are going, that was Daniel 2. That was Daniel 2, verse 44 and 45, which is where you'll see the mountain. And you'll also see it in verse 35 as well. So 35, 44, and 45 is where you'll see the mountain. But the mountain is representative of God's kingdom or government, because it will last forever and ever. All right, but we're going to go into Daniel chapter 5. Stumped us all first try. Oh, no. All right. But we are going to go into Daniel chapter 5. So a little backstory of Daniel. Before we get into Daniel chapter 5, it's important to understand that at the end of Daniel chapter 4, that was tough, Ryan. Yeah. It's important to understand at the end of chapter 4. So remember, King Nebuchadnezzar, the king of the world, got humbled to where he was in the grass eating like a beast, and then he comes back and he regains his kingship of Babylon. And so that is what happens for a time. But after King Nebuchadnezzar becomes king again, he dies, and then there's a king for a short time and another king for a short time. But then we get to chapter 5. So in chapter 5, we are introduced, the very first name that you see there in 5 verse 1 is Belshazzar. And I need you to understand this is important because it's easy to mix up these two people. You have Daniel, whose name is Belteshazzar, and then in chapter 5, there's somebody that we are now being introduced to who is just now coming into play. His name is Belshazzar. So you have Belteshazzar and then you have Belshazzar. So they're two different people. So it's important to understand the one with the T is Daniel. Belteshazzar is Daniel. Belshazzar is a completely different person. So Belshazzar is now the acting king of Babylon. And so in chapter 5 here, a little bit of a backstory as well. So I don't know if you guys have read chapter 5 yet, but Belshazzar, as we're going to see here in a bit, is the grandson of King Nebuchadnezzar. And during this time, you're like the whole scene here, it's important to understand what's going on in the background before we even get into chapter 5. So before we even dive into chapter 5, it's important to understand that the Persian Empire is going around and just defeating other cities within the world. So do you remember, if you recall back into Daniel chapter 2, remember you have the head of gold that represents Babylon, you have silver. This silver is what is coming up next. It's the Medo-Persian Empire. So go back to chapter 2 because this is important to understand. We are now moving forward into the empires of the world. So in Daniel chapter 2, verse basically 37 through 40, you're introduced to the first empire is gold, Babylon. So that's where we're at right now. But now the Persian Empire is looming. It's coming. Like we know that the Babylonian Empire is going to be defeated by the Persian Empire. They just don't know any of those dates. They just know it's going to happen sometime in the future. So right here in chapter 5, it's important to understand that the scene in chapter 5 is in Babylon, but what's going on out in the world, the Persian Empire is rising up and defeating and defeating and defeating and defeating and making its way towards Babylon. Okay, so I need you guys, hopefully you guys understand what I'm saying. So we get to chapter 5, and in chapter 5, it starts out in verse 1, it says, Belshazzar, the king, made a great feast for 1,000 of his lords, and drank wine in the presence of the 1,000. Okay, so you're right off the bat, you are introduced to this new guy. His name is Belshazzar. He is the king of Babylon, and right away you're like, hey, he's having a party, because it says he's drinking wine in the presence of 1,000. So then in verse 2 it says, while he tasted the wine, Belshazzar gave the command to bring the gold and silver vessels which his father Nebuchadnezzar had taken from the temple, which had been in Jerusalem, that the king and his lords, wives, and his concubines might drink from them. Okay, here's a pop quiz for you guys, just to see how good, because this is a tough one. I don't know if I should even ask this, but this is tough. Do you guys remember, and if you do, where is it found? Do you remember how I told you that some of the stuff was taken from the temple on the first siege when King Nebuchadnezzar went to Judah? King Nebuchadnezzar defeated Judah. He doesn't destroy it. He just defeats it. He goes into the temple of the Lord, he goes into the temple of the Lord and removes some cups, some instruments and whatnot, and he takes all those things back to Babylon. Do you guys remember where that is found? Because now it's brought back into play. So it's kind of fun trying to keep track of all these things. Do you guys remember where this stuff is found? Ooh. Where is it, Zorbo? If you guys remember this, it's going to be really impressive. If you guys remember this, it's going to be impressive. In the temple. Jeremiah? In the temple. You're so good. Oh, I'm glad you're giving Cliff Notes. Okay. Go to 2 Chronicles chapter 36. Go to 2 Chronicles chapter 36. In 2 Chronicles chapter 36, verse 6 and 7, it says this: Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, came up against him and bound him in bronze fetters to carry him off to Babylon. Verse 7, Nebuchadnezzar also carried off some of the articles from the house of the Lord to Babylon and put them in his temple at Babylon. So this is important to understand. So you have right here in 2 Chronicles 36, King Nebuchadnezzar goes and lays siege on Judah, and he takes some of the stuff that's in the house of the Lord. He takes some of it, not all of it. He just takes some of the things, and he brings it and he puts it in his temple. So that is what is going on. So hopefully you guys can remember that. But now we're going back to Daniel chapter 5. And in Daniel chapter 5, verse 2, you have Belshazzar saying, while he tasted the wine, Belshazzar gave the command to bring the gold and silver vessels which his father, the father there is used loosely. The word really means grandfather. So you can literally write grandfather right next to it, which his father Nebuchadnezzar had taken from the temple which had been in Jerusalem. So King Nebuchadnezzar, while he was alive, goes into this temple, takes some of the stuff, and brings it and puts it in the Babylonian temple. So King Nebuchadnezzar dies, and now the king is Belshazzar, which is his grandson. So while Belshazzar is drinking and having a great time with 1,000 of his guys, he gives the command for everybody to run across the street into the temple to get the things that his grandfather had taken as loot, in a sense, and he's like, hey, go get all of those things and bring them here, and we're going to drink out of them. Can you see how this is becoming a big mistake? Because now they're desecrating. They took it, which is all bad and bad news bears in of itself, but now they are going to use it in a way that it was not meant to be used. It's all kinds of bad. And so what we're going to be reading about here in the theme, in a sense, of Daniel chapter 5, if you want to write like a theme down or something just to help you gain perspective, the theme of chapter 5 is the fall of Babylon. Okay, so you can look at chapter 5 as the fall of Babylon. Now, don't mistake that with the doom of Babylon. The fall of Babylon is completely different than the doom of Babylon. If you remember, if you were here for the book of Revelation when we went through it, you saw the doom of Babylon. We went through that. That's referenced in Revelation chapter, talked about in 17, and in Revelation chapter 18. In chapter 17, it talked about the great whore, the mother of harlots, mystery Babylon. It was mystery Babylon, what's going on. And then in chapter 18, it talked about how Babylon has fallen. That great city, the kings, the merchants, and the shipmasters all stood afar off looking at that great city as it burned, and they stood afar off in fear of their torment. Like all of these things were being referenced in the book of Revelation. But it's important to understand that what we're going through here in Daniel chapter 5 is about the fall of Babylon, and it's not referring to the doom of Babylon. So it's important to make that distinction. So if you keep in mind that this is talking about the fall of Babylon, maybe that will help you out and keep things in perspective for you. So Belshazzar gives the order to go get all of the things that were taken from God's house or the temple, and they wanted Belshazzar, who is now the king of the world in a sense, is wanting to drink from them specifically. And just the idea, like, how does that thought come into mind? Well, like, it just doesn't even, it's just unbelievable. But this is all about pride. And so it's also worth noting that during this time that the Persian Empire, like I told you before, the Persian Empire is looming, right? Like, so they're in a city called Babylon, and Babylon is what was viewed as back then as basically indestructible, like it was impregnable, right? So all the people behind the walls were just resting easy. They were just hanging out. They're like, hey, let them come. Like, who cares? Like, we're good. Let's drink more. Let's drink more. So that's the environment that's going on here. These people were so prideful and thought that they were untouchable. And that is important to understand, that the Persian Empire is about to knock on their front door. So just keep that in mind. So, now we're moving on. So that's the scene. Hopefully this makes sense. Brian, post-trib? No, I am pre-trib. But here we go in verse 3. It says, then they brought the gold vessels that had been taken from the temple of the house of God, which had been in Jerusalem. Thanks, Christy. Verse 3, then they brought the gold vessels that had been taken from the temple of the house of God, which had been in Jerusalem. Remember, that temple was destroyed, and you learn about that in 2 Chronicles 36 as well. But then it goes on in verse 3, and it says, "And the king and his lords, his wives, and his concubines drank from them. They drank wine and praised the gods of gold and silver, bronze and iron, wood and stone." So you're seeing this whole environment where these people are just having a grand old time, hanging out, getting drunk off of all this wine. And then the king had a great idea. Hey, go ahead and get all those cups and instruments and bowls and bring them on over here that we took from Jerusalem, because we defeated those people. We want to drink out of their stuff and bring them here. So that's what they start to do. And that is not a good scene. So then we get to verse 5, and in verse 5 it says, "In the same hour the fingers of a man's hand appeared and wrote opposite the lampstand on the plaster of the wall of the king's palace. And the king saw the part of the hand that wrote." Ooh. Verse 6, "Then the king's countenance changed, and his thoughts troubled him, so that the joints of his hips were loosened, and his knees knocked against each other." Okay. I would like to pick your guys' brain on how do you interpret that? How do you take, so the joints of his hips were loosened? What does that make you guys think of? Uh-oh, didn't do my homework right. That's okay. That's okay. When it says started trembling, his legs gave way. Okay. Yeah, good guesses. This is literally shaking in the skin, flexible. Okay, it literally means that he pooped himself. He literally pooped himself. So when it says, I'll read it, verse 6 again, "Then the king's countenance changed, and his thoughts troubled him, so that the joints of his hips were loosened, and his knees knocked against each other." And this is very interesting, because this is highly embarrassing for this king, right? Like, this is the king. He's the king of the world, in a sense, depending on how you look at it. And this hand appears out of nowhere and just starts writing on the wall, right? And so that is, yeah, okay, Anita, come on. This is what happened. So he sees this hand just writing on the wall, and he is drunk, mind you, and he just sees this, and he just loses his crap. Literally loses his crap. And what's interesting about this is that this is a prophecy that it is fulfilled. This was foretold about, and it's going to all come back into play. But let's go to this is crazy. So go to Isaiah 45. Go to Isaiah chapter 45. So in Isaiah chapter 45, verse 1, it says this: "Thus says the Lord to his anointed, to Cyrus, whose right hand I have held, to subdue nations before him, and loose the armor of kings, to open before him the double doors, so that the gates will not shut." So this looseness that he's referring to is in fact what he heard about, because all this is going to come back into play when we get to the end of this chapter. But remind me of, if I forget, I'll try not to forget, but this is a prophecy, and it's going to click with you here in a little bit when we finish this chapter. But keep this verse in mind, because you have this king, he's drunk, he's drinking out of all the cups of the stuff that was taken out of the temple of the Lord, and now this hand appears and starts writing on the wall, and then he starts losing his crap. And then he's like, "Bring me another pair of pants." No, I'm kidding. In verse 7, though, we're going to move on in verse 7. Then the king cried aloud to bring him another pair of pants. Then the king cried aloud to bring in the astrologers, the Chaldeans, and the soothsayers. The king spoke, saying to the wise men of Babylon, "Whoever reads this writing and tells me its interpretation shall be clothed with purple and have a chain of gold around his neck, and he shall be the third ruler in the kingdom." Okay, so this is interesting. I can't. Okay, so the king is just like anybody who can interpret whatever this writing is, he's like, I need somebody to come up here right now. Tell me what it is. Whoever can do it will be the third in the kingdom. So in verse 8, now it says, now all the king's wise men came, but they could not read the writing or make known to the king its interpretation. Verse 9, then King Belshazzar was greatly troubled. His countenance was changed, and his lords were astonished. Okay, so you can just imagine the entire vibe that is going on during this time, right? Like you have these guys who are on top of the mountain just having a grand old time, just getting weird. Somebody, you know that king was dancing up on the top of a table just like, oh yeah. But it's interesting to see this stuff, and then boom, just like that, his countenance changed. And so now we get into verse 10, and it says the queen. Now this is important to understand. The queen is not Belshazzar's wife. This is not his wife. This is referring to King Nebuchadnezzar's wife. So basically this is his grandma. So Belshazzar's grandma, which would be referred to as the king, as the queen, in verse 10, that's who it's referring to here. This is King Nebuchadnezzar's wife. Now remember, King Nebuchadnezzar has died. Belshazzar, the grandson, is now king. But in verse 10 here, it says the queen. This is referring to Belshazzar's grandmother, who still has a place of honor in a sense. So in verse 10, it says the queen, because of the words of the king and his lords, came to the banquet hall. The queen spoke, saying, O king, live forever. Do not let your thoughts trouble you, nor your countenance change. Now, it's interesting because this queen was not in the presence of these people during this party, right? Like, so all of these powerful people are hanging out. They all want to be as close to the king as they can, to be buddy-buddy with them, just how anybody is in all the world that wants to suck up and do all that kind of stuff. But the queen wasn't here because it says, in verse 10, it says, the queen, because of the words of the king and his lords. So she hears about this and then shows up and says, O king, live forever, which is a normal way to kind of greet somebody in authority like this. This is like a normal thing. There's nothing new there. She goes on to say, do not let your thoughts trouble you, nor let your countenance change. Then she goes on in verse 11, there is a man in your kingdom in whom is the spirit of the holy God. And so it's interesting because she has a perspective that Belshazzar has no knowledge about, or at least has no personal experience with, because Belshazzar is the grandson. This is the queen who was around with Daniel when Daniel and King Nebuchadnezzar had their whole adventure, if you will. So she's getting a personal, like a front row seat on everything that Daniel's doing with King Nebuchadnezzar. And so she comes up and she's like, goes down to King Belshazzar at the time and is like, there is a guy whom is the spirit of the holy God. So she acknowledges that the spirit of the holy God is within Daniel. And I think that's neat to see. It's kind of like a testament on her because she wasn't at the party. And then when she does show up, she acknowledges and gives all kinds of accolades to Daniel and says that the spirit of the holy God is in Daniel. So that's pretty neat. But moving on to verse 11, it says, and in the days of your grandfather, in the days of your grandfather, light and understanding and wisdom, like the wisdom of the gods, were found in him. And King Nebuchadnezzar, your grandfather, your father is the king, made him chief of the magicians, astrologers, Chaldeans, and soothsayers. Now it's interesting to kind of just go on like a little bit of a rabbit hole here. The chief of the magicians, this is interesting to really kind of unpack and understand this idea. So I'm going to give you guys something. You can take it or leave it, but it's thought-provoking at the very least. And what we're gonna go off on a little trail here. So take this how you will. But the chief of the magicians, that can be interpreted as Rab Mag. Rab Mag. That is the title of it. And so basically it's the Magi. I'm sure you guys have heard the word Magi, right? Like when you think of the three wise men showing up with gifts when Jesus was born, and they provide gold, frankincense, and myrrh. You picture three wise men, right? Like that's an incorrect way to view it, but that's what we were told because of Hollywood and whatnot. These guys are the Magi. This is what King Nebuchadnezzar put him in. So whenever you see chief of the magicians, it's referring to the Magi. And what were the Magi? The Magi here in verse 11, the Magi were a hereditary Persian priesthood, and these guys had power to appoint the king. So this was a big deal to be in charge of these guys. So you put people here like it's a hereditary priesthood, but so King Nebuchadnezzar put a Jew in charge of this sect in a sense. So you have Daniel, who is placed in charge. He is the chief of the magicians, as you see in verse 11. This is Rab Mag, and these guys were a hereditary priesthood, and they also had a religious position as well as an administrative position. So they had a religious position and an administrative position, and basically this is where you get the idea. Whenever you hear the word magistrate, like you go before a judge, there's a judge and a magistrate. Like that's what is going on. Magistrate, like it's magi, magistrate, magi, right? So that's where the word is derived from. So, and it's not like the picture that you are almost like when you see like the Christmas TV shows and the cartoons, you see these guys on 3 camels, like just going through the Arabian desert, and the moon and the sun, the moon and the stars are up there, and they're traveling through the desert. That's not an accurate depiction of what really happened during this time. But let's go to Matthew 2 real fast, and we won't spend too much time on this, but I think it's important to really kind of unpack it a little bit just to kind of get the wheels spinning at the very least. But go to Matthew chapter 2, because this is important to kind of, I guess, understand in a sense. But Matthew chapter 2 verse 1, it says this. It says this in Matthew chapter 2 verse 1. Now after Jesus was born in Bethlehem of Judea, in the days of Herod the king, behold, wise men from the east came to Jerusalem. So the word wise men, like you're getting a sense of it. Like the word wise men there is referring to the Magi. So then in verse 2 it goes on saying, where is he who has been born King of the Jews? And so it's also interesting to understand that when these Magi show up, there wasn't 3, there was many of them. These Magi were they showed up in it got the whole town talking. This was not like, because imagine this, like I don't know where the 3 wise men came up, maybe because they showed up with gold, frankincense, and myrrh. Maybe that's where they get it from or something, but I don't know where they got 3. But this got the whole town talking. And so it's important to understand that if 3 dudes just show up, nobody's going to know about it. The picture here is like this whole group of people ride in, searching this out. And they show up and they say, where is he who has been born King of the Jews? Now, it's interesting to think about that, because remember, these guys, these Magi, which can almost have a sense of warriors to them in a sense, but they worked with the stars all the time as well. They're talking to King Herod, and they say, where is he who is born King of the Jews? They don't say, hey, where is he King of the Jews? They said born. And it's interesting because it's almost a little bit of a slight to King Herod, because King Herod was not born king of anything. He was just chosen to fulfill this role. And so there he is being a king because he was selected. But it says been born King of the Jews. So Jesus was born a king. He didn't have to earn it, or not earn it, but you understand what I'm saying. He didn't have to go through all this and whatever to become a king. He was born a king. Most people are born, if they're born in royalty, they were born a prince, right? Like if I'm a king and I have a son, that boy is not born a king. He's born a prince. But Jesus was born a king. That's interesting. So anyways, continuing on in verse 3, it says, when Herod the king heard this, he was troubled. And then it goes on to say, and all Jerusalem with him. So you can imagine, because these guys, there weren't just 3 who showed up and were like, hey, where's he who was born King of the Jews? And then they just kind of left quietly. No, this was a big event. Everybody starts coming in all of a sudden, and it wakes up. Everybody's like the talk of the town. They're saying what's going on, all this kind of stuff. And it says in verse 3, when Herod the king heard this, he was troubled, and all Jerusalem with him. Interesting that everybody in Jerusalem was troubled because of this. But in verse 4 it says, and when he had gathered all the chief priests and scribes of people together, he inquired of them where the Christ was to be born. So they said to him, in Bethlehem of Judea, for thus it is written by the prophet. And this is all talk about, and whenever you get a Christmas card in the mail, it's pretty much going to be this, but this is in Micah chapter 5, verse 2. In verse 6 here in Matthew, it says, but you, Bethlehem, in the land of Judah, are not the least among the rulers of Judah, for out of you shall come a ruler who will shepherd my people Israel. Then Herod, when he had secretly called the wise men, determined from them what time the star appeared. He sent them to Bethlehem and said, go and search carefully for the young child, and when you have found him, bring back word to me that I may come and worship him also. Now you guys know how this goes. That's not at all what his intent was. But in verse 9 it says, when they heard the king, they departed, and behold, the star which they had seen in the east went before them till it came and stood over where the young child was. When they saw the star, they rejoiced with exceedingly great joy. And when they had come into the house, they saw the young child with Mary his mother, and fell down and worshipped him. And when they had opened their treasures, they presented gifts to him, gold, frankincense, and myrrh. And so this is very interesting because they present to this baby gold, frankincense, and myrrh. If you guys were here during the study of Revelation, I want to say Revelation like 19, 18 or 19, I can't remember, 18 maybe. Gold and frankincense are mentioned in the book of Revelation, but here it's gold, frankincense, and myrrh. So gold represents king, frankincense is perfectly parallels priestlyhood or a priesthood, which is interesting because you have a king and priesthood, which we already know this. And then myrrh represents death. Myrrh is like what they would use to kind of work with dead bodies back in that day. So it's interesting that in the book of Matthew, it's gold, frankincense, and myrrh, but in Revelation, there's no myrrh. Myrrh, that's because there's no more death. And it's interesting that the perfect, like, little subtle details, and this is the kind of stuff that really should get your mind working when you understand what is mentioned and then what is not mentioned. When you can pick out things that are not mentioned, then your brain is really on a different level, because you're like, wow, that's amazing, because you see that it is 66 books in the Bible, 40 different authors, but really there's only one author. It's God. He wrote this, right? Like, we understand this is divinely inspired, God breathed. This is his word, and it's unbelievable because you see gold, frankincense, and myrrh. Gold, king; frankincense, priest. He is a king and priest. When you guys understand Revelation chapter 4 and 5, you understand that the 24 elders are the king and priest. You understand there's only 3 people who are kings and priests in the entire Bible. The 3 people are Melchizedek, the second one is Jesus, and then the third one is the church or the bride. That is us. We are kings and priests. God, Jesus, is born here. He's presented gold and frankincense, which was unbelievable. Representing king and priesthood. I mean, my mind is blown. But anyways, that's just I want you guys to think. It's interesting going back to the Magi, right? Like, so Daniel, going all the way back to the book of Daniel, you have Daniel is put as chief of the magicians, or Rab Mag, which is Magi, like magistrate, right? That is where we get the word magistrate from. But he's the chief of the magicians. And so the question that you guys can roll around with if you want to is, how did the wise men know to show up here? How did they know where to go, what time to go, and where to be, and all these questions, what to bring? How did they know this kind of stuff? It's interesting to kind of try to pick this stuff out. So when you think about this and you kind of run with it, this is all speculation. So take this part as a grain of salt. But you can look at it, if you understand that way back during Daniel's time, before Jesus was born, Daniel was given all kinds of prophecy, vision, right? Like in Daniel 9, we're going to get there, but Daniel 9 is unbelievable. If you understand Daniel 9, Daniel was given all understanding to understand Daniel chapter 9, verse 24 through 27, which is the coolest vision in the entire Bible, arguably. So Daniel is given all understanding to know what it's talking about. There's nothing hidden from him, right? Like Gabriel specifically says that when he's giving Daniel the vision. He's like, here's what's happening. You understand it. There's no question marks in Daniel's mind saying, I wonder what this is talking about. He understands what he's getting into. And so when you understand that Daniel knows the vision and he understands it, and then you also couple that with the fact that Daniel is chief of the magicians, or the Rab Mag. He's the guy in charge of this religious and administrative kind of sect who gets to choose the king. He's making, so the king's here, Daniel's right here. So everybody is beneath Daniel. You can see in a way, in a roundabout way, you can kind of, like, when you understand that the Magi show up here in Matthew and they find Jesus, and then you trace the Magi that show up here all the way back to Daniel, you see how that's a connection, right? Like you see Daniel is chief of the Magi here. The Magi show up here when Jesus was born, and it is literally a line. Like you can, it's a parallel. Like this, these are all connected. And so when you go all the way back and you understand that Daniel is chief of the Magi, you can almost assume, in a sense, that since he understood the Daniel 9 prophecy, that he flung in motion, because he had all kinds of understanding and knowledge, which was told about it all in the beginning of Daniel. Because in Daniel chapter 1, verse 17, it says, and as for these 4 young men, God gave them knowledge and skill in all literature and wisdom, and Daniel had understanding in all visions and dreams. Daniel was not just a normal guy. This guy had unbelievable skills. And so when you trace that thread from the Magi, where the Magi were when they found Jesus, and you bring that thread all the way back to Daniel, you get to see that Daniel probably had a ton of like foundational work to kind of hide some of this knowledge from the bad kind of Magi that were out there, I'm sure. But he kind of made, like, he probably made some like his own kind of group to protect this secret all the way to when the Messiah would be born. And since Daniel had the understanding of, because Daniel had the dates, right? Like he had all of these dates, and he knew that from the command to go forth to rebuild the city, from that's when the clock starts of the Daniel 9 prophecy, to Messiah the Prince would be 483 years. He kind of knew exactly how old he would be, because he knew 483 years. So you just subtract like 30 years and you're like, hey, he's going to be around this time. So you could really hone in where Jesus would be. And it's almost like you can see this this whole framework being built behind the shadows, in a sense. I don't know if this is making sense to you guys at all. It makes sense to me. Anyways, that's just like a little fun fact about the chief of the magicians. So let's go back to Daniel. So in Daniel chapter 5, the queen shows up, and I'm listening most of it. Okay, cool. Awesome. So back in Daniel chapter 5, this writing is on the wall. This hand just starts writing this stuff on the wall. Belshazzar says, anybody who can interpret this for me, I will make third in my kingdom. And nobody could do it. But then the queen shows up. I love it, boss man. What's up, Sky? And then the queen shows up, and the queen says, hey, I know a guy. It was before your time, is basically, and she basically gives all of the credentials for Daniel, and kind of pumps him up and kind of gives all the credentials for him. And in verse 11, it says, there is a man in your kingdom whom is the spirit of the holy God, and in the days of your father, light and understanding and wisdom, like the wisdom of the gods, were found in him. And King Nebuchadnezzar, your father, the king, made him chief of the magicians, Rab Mag, made him chief of the magicians, astrologers, Chaldeans, and soothsayers. Verse 12, inasmuch as an excellent spirit, knowledge and understanding, interpreting dreams, solving riddles, and explaining enigmas were found in this Daniel, whom the king named Belteshazzar. Now let Daniel be called, and he will give the interpretation. Now, first off, it's really interesting because she doesn't say maybe he can interpret this for you. She said he can give it to you. There was no doubt in this kind of this verse whatsoever. She said, let Daniel be called, and he will give you the interpretation. Complete confidence in this guy. Unbelievable. But in verse 13, then Daniel was brought in before the king. The king spoke and said to Daniel, are you that Daniel who is one of the captives from Judah, whom my father the king brought from Judah? I have heard of you that the Spirit of God is in you, and that light and understanding and excellent wisdom are found in you. Now the wise men, the astrologers, have been brought in before me, and they should read this writing and make known to me its interpretation, but they could not give the interpretation of the thing. And I have heard of you, that you can give interpretations and explain enigmas. Now if you can read this writing and make known to me its interpretation, you shall be clothed with purple, and have a chain of gold around your neck, and shall be the third ruler in the kingdom. It is interesting that this guy had not learned from his father's mistakes, because remember, when King Nebuchadnezzar was in charge of Babylon, he had the magicians, the astrologers, the Chaldeans, the soothsayers, all of these sorcerer guys. He had them at his disposal. But every time we are introduced to a story, that the details that we are given, those guys are completely worthless. And so as we continue on, Belshazzar seems to not have learned anything from his father's mistakes, because he still has all these guys in, like, they're the advisors, right? But these are the occultic kind of advisors. So Daniel shows up in verse 17 and says, Then Daniel answered and said before the king, Let your gifts be for yourself, and give your rewards to another. Yet I will read the writing to the king and make known to him the interpretation. So right away, you get a vibe from Daniel. He's like, I don't want any part of what's going on here, because you have to know that if the queen heard of what was going on during this time, Daniel had to have known about it too, because what's going on is the king is so prideful and arrogant to where he's drinking with 1,000 of his boys, and he has the cups and all the things that were taken from the house of God brought in so that the king and his people could drink out of them. That is dangerous. So when Daniel shows up, you can see he's like, I don't want any part of what you got going on or what you want to give me, but I'll tell you exactly what the dream says. And in verse 18 it says, O king, the most high God gave Nebuchadnezzar, your father, a kingdom and majesty, glory and honor. So he's giving a backstory before he ends up giving the interpretation, which is interesting. He just doesn't come out and say it. He gives a backstory. In verse 18, it starts off, he says, O king, the most high God gave Nebuchadnezzar your father a kingdom and majesty, glory and honor. And because of the majesty that he gave him, all peoples, nations, and languages trembled and feared before him. Whomever he wished, he executed. Whomever he wished, he kept alive. Whomever he wished, he set up, and whomever he wished, he put down. But when his heart was lifted up and his spirit was hardened in pride, he was disposed from his kingly throne, and they took his glory from him. What we are seeing right now is a complete recap, Daniel style, from Daniel chapter 4 of what happened to King Nebuchadnezzar. Remember, during those 7 years, King Nebuchadnezzar was told that he was going to go out into the fields and be like the beast and eat like the beast and grass and all this and stuff, and his hair was going to get crazy and his nails were going to get long for 7 years. And so here we're in chapter 5, this new king shows up thinking he's all that, and Daniel is almost humbling him by letting him know what his grandfather, King Nebuchadnezzar, how he acted and everything like that. And he's saying in verse 20, but when his heart was lifted up, his spirit was hardened in pride. He was disposed from his kingly throne, and they took his glory from him. It's interesting. We're bringing back pride again. We see pride all over the place. If you were here last night, we talked about the things that God hates, and that is in Proverbs. I want to say Proverbs 6. Proverbs 6:16 maybe, but there's 7 things that God hates. It literally uses the word hate. Can you imagine, like, the word hate and God in the same sentence? Well, yes, God hates things. If you're here ever before, you know that I've said things like, you need to love what God loves, and you need to hate what God hates. And all those things that God hates, you need to learn about them so you can try to avoid them like the plague. But the first thing that God hates on that list is pride. He hates pride, and you can do a whole study on that, and it goes back to Lucifer being prideful and the 5 I wills and Ezekiel and Isaiah 14 and Ezekiel 28 whatnot. But anyways, pride is mentioned here in Daniel 5 verse 20, and then we get to Daniel 5 verse 21, And it says, then he was driven from the sons of men. His heart was made like the beasts, and his dwelling was with the wild donkeys. Again, this is a recap of what happened in chapter 4. They fed him with grass like oxen, and his body was wet with the dew of heaven, till he knew that the Most High God rules in the kingdom of men and appoints over it whomever he chooses. I would circle that word or underline the word till, because it's important to understand that if you keep a track of, like, when you go throughout the word of God, and you start to notice certain words time and time again, there's some scary words like till. That word is scary because they're normally sometimes they're building people up, and then it stops building people up and saying, like, hey, you were doing really good, you were doing really good, you were doing really good, till. But in this case, it's like he was driven into the, like, to be like a beast until he recognized that God is God and the Most High. So it's interesting because if you go all the way in through the book of Revelation, in chapter 2 and 3 in the book of Revelation, you see the letters that are written to the 7 churches. And within those 7 churches, he basically starts out by saying, hey, you're doing good, you're doing this good, you're doing this good, but you could do these things better, and that kind of stuff. So it's the same thing. So you see the word till, and then in verse 22 here in Daniel 5:22, you see the word but. Like, that's but you, his son, Belshazzar, have not humbled your heart, although you knew all of this. That is a slap across the face. Daniel shows up. He says, I don't want anything that you have to give me, and I don't care what you do to me. I don't want any of that. Your father had to learn the hard way, and you, Belshazzar, have the advantage of looking back and learning on history. Same thing with us, right? Like, we have the ability to look back on all the people before us and learn from them, and we do, right? Like King David, right? Like, man, that guy is named a man after God's own heart. Great guy, killed Goliath, but he committed adultery and murder. But we look at him like, man, I can't believe he would do such a thing. Like, how could he? Look at yourself. Look at yourself. Belshazzar is a perfect example. He had, like he's saying in verse 22, he says, but you, his son Belshazzar, have not humbled your heart, although you knew all this. He's like, you're doing the exact same thing. How do you not see it, is what he's saying. It's very interesting. But in verse 23, we continue on, and he says, and you have lifted yourself up against the Lord of heaven. They have brought the vessels of his house before you, and you and your lords, your wives, and your concubines have drunk wine from them. And you have praised the gods of silver and gold, bronze and iron, wood and stone, which do not see or hear or know. And the God who holds your breath in his hand and owns all your ways, you have not glorified. Ooh, man, can you imagine just getting this? Like, this is the king, mind you. Daniel shows up, and he's like, you're going to learn today. Now, it's important to understand that around this time, or I already told you, like, we already covered in 2 Chronicles 36, Nebuchadnezzar defeated Judah. He goes into the temple, which was still standing at the time, and he takes some cups and some stuff, and he brings it back to the temple within Babylon. King Belshazzar tells his servants to go into the temple and bring those cups to him. They're drinking out of it, and Daniel is telling them exactly how it is, and he's not pulling any punches. It is very, very interesting to see how he's doing this. And he's like, I mean, this is very, can you imagine going before the king? I mean, I'm sure we all get kind of intimidated when we get called to our boss, like, hey, meet me outside for a second, I got to talk to you. Or you get a text, and it's like one of those ominous texts where you're like, oh man, what do they want from me? Did I mess up? And your mind starts running with all kinds of stuff. Daniel shows up, and he's like, you know what, I could care less right now. I'm going to tell you exactly what you did wrong and why you did it and how you're doing it wrong and what you need to change. And it's interesting. Thank you, Jeff. So in verse 24, now we get to the whole point of it. So that whole thing that we just covered was Daniel giving a little backstory on how bad he was messing up. So Belshazzar shows up. Thanks, Jeff. So Belshazzar is like, hey, Daniel, if you do this for me, I'm going to give you this. Daniel shows up, and he's like, I don't want any of that. Here's what you're doing wrong. You're doing this wrong, this wrong, this wrong, this wrong. Starts calling him out in front of everybody. Wow. The king. Can you imagine that? He's doing this in front of the king and in front of everybody else. Verse 24. Then the fingers of the hand were sent from him, and this writing was written. Thanks, Wendy. Then the fingers of the hand were sent from him, and this writing was written. And this is the inscription that was written. Many, many, tekel, upharsin. This is the interpretation of each word. Many, God has numbered your kingdom and finished it. Tekel, you have been weighed in the balances and found wanting. Peres, your kingdom has been divided and given to the Medes and Persians. Okay. I really hope I'm explaining this to you guys in a way that you can understand, because it's so important to understand Daniel chapter 2. Before we continue, or just to reiterate, go back to Daniel chapter 2, because you guys need to keep in mind that statue. You have the statue. Remember, the gold head of the statue that King Nebuchadnezzar had, the gold head was King Nebuchadnezzar. He was representing the Babylonian Empire. Then you had the silver, which was the representing of the Medo-Persian Empire. That was the next empire that was going to come after the Babylonian Empire. They didn't know any of this kind of stuff, but then they didn't know the dates at least. And then after the silver was the brass, and that represented the Greece Empire, which was Alexander the Great. And then after that, you have the Roman Empire. They didn't have any dates on these visions, okay? But now, I need you to understand, the whole point of me bringing this up is that we have the head of gold, right? The Babylonian Empire. The next empire in line of succession is the Medes and Persian Empire. That's the one that's kind of looming. Like, you can start seeing the shadow kind of creeping over here, right? Like, you're like, oh, I'm Babylon. Here comes the Medes and Persians. That's what's going on here. So this hand starts writing, coming out of nowhere, and you're like, huh? The writing on the wall, just doing some stuff, and it's many, many tekel upharsin, that it's written on the wall. And then Daniel tells him in verse 28, it says, Peres, your kingdom has been divided and given to the Medes and Persians. This is interesting, because he's telling him, what's up, Shai? He's telling him that his kingdom, he's talking to the king of Babylon right now, and he's like, hey, king, your kingdom has been given to the Medes and Persians. That's the interpretation. Now, you would think a certain reaction, like imagine if you're the king, imagine you're sitting there and you're listening to this dude who's standing in front of you, who's well below you. Like, how dare you, Daniel? But he shows up and he's like, hey, king, your kingdom has been given to the Medes and the Persians. Would you think that you would be like, at least reacting a certain way? Or do you think you would kind of make sure that your armies are still intact, or that they're, put them to the wall and make sure that we're not getting touched by anybody or anything like that? Like, hey, nobody's going to defeat me. I need you to remember that the Babylonian Empire at this time, they had a wall circling the capital, and then they had an inner wall within that wall. So there were two walls. So they felt like they were untouchable, and it was a well-known fact that they could not be touched. Like, nobody even dared to go against these guys because of how well fortified they were. But it's interesting. So that is what he interprets to the king. And then it goes on to verse 29. It says, then Belshazzar gave the command, and they clothed Daniel with purple and put a chain of gold around his neck and made a proclamation concerning him that he should be the third ruler in the kingdom. That is how he responded. And it's interesting because the very next verse, in verse 30, says, that very night. So I want you to get the picture here. This is a sequence of events. Daniel gives the interpretation. The king right away says, clothe him with all of this stuff, and then he makes a proclamation, probably in front of everybody right then and there. He's like, this is now the guy who's third in the nation. And he's like, yeah, woo! And then we get to verse 30, and it says, that very night, Belshazzar, king of the Chaldeans, was slain. So this wasn't like months into the future. He interpreted the writing on the wall, and he's like, you know what? You have been numbered, you have been weighed, and you have been found wanting. Hi, Consuelo. Um, so in verse 30, that very night Belshazzar, king of the Chaldeans, was slain. In verse 31, it says, and Darius the Mede received the kingdom, being about 62 years old. Interesting stuff that we just unpacked there. Now, I need you guys to understand the whole context. Daniel chapter 2, you have gold, you have silver, you have brass, you have iron, and then you have iron mixed with clay. But the gold was the Babylon Empire. We just completed the Babylon Empire. I hope you guys are understand that. We just completed it. It's done. We are done with the Babylon Empire, Babylonian Empire. Now, I need you to understand the area, like the city of Babylon, is still there, but the rulers are Babylonian. They just got defeated without even knowing it. So the Babylonians are now done. And so now all of a sudden the Medes and the Persians come over and knock out these guys, and so now the Medes and the Persians are now in charge of Babylon. So Babylon, the city, is still there. They kick out the Babylonians, and now the Medes and the Persians are hanging out. I hope you guys understand what I'm saying. But it goes back to the statue, and that's what I need you to understand. The statue in chapter 2 is so important for you guys to understand. The king, the head of gold was King Nebuchadnezzar. The next in line was the Medes and the Persians. Now that is where we are. Darius is the one who shows up, because it says in verse 31, Darius the Mede received the kingdom. Now, it's interesting to understand, and it's important to understand that the way that Babylon fell, it's really interesting when you dive into this kind of stuff. So they just leave. Great question. So if you go, so this is all referenced in other books outside of the Bible, obviously. But if you dive into some of the other historians on this kind of topic, what you'll see is that, so I want you to picture a circle, and that circle is encompassing the city of Babylon. So you have walls all around the circle, all around Babylon, right? You have these walls that are going all over the place, just like they have their defense up, right? But within those walls was a waterway that allowed water into the city of Babylon. And they had gates that, you can't pass through the gates because the water was so high you couldn't get through it. But this is what is so ingenious about King Cyrus and his army and his generals and whatnot. So King Cyrus, he's the one, the Medes and the Persians, Cyrus, he's the one who defeated Belshazzar. And it's interesting because it says, that very night Belshazzar, king of the Chaldeans, was slain. So the way they did it was they went all the way back to wherever that water started, and they blocked it. They put up a dam so that the water would stop flowing. So the reason why nobody could go into that area where the water flew into the city was because the water was too high. They couldn't go into it. But when they blocked it at nighttime, they did it at nighttime so nobody could see. They blocked the water, and so once the water stopped flowing, they were able to walk into the city without anybody knowing anything. They just walked in there. And there's accounts that there were people who lived in the city that lived there for over 3 days who didn't even know that they were taken over. So this kind of stuff took place, and they did it silently, and they did it without a battle. They got defeated without any battle taken out, or even there's no, you picture this great battle of swords and wow, this and that, but that's not how it was. They blocked the water, and then they just walked on in and they defeated them. Now, it's important to understand that when Belshazzar heard this interpretation of the writing on the wall, that he was like, yeah, whatever, okay, cool, thanks, you're third in the kingdom, let's keep drinking. He probably didn't worry about anything or thought it was far out into the future, but no. Belshazzar was slain, and now we are introduced into the Medes and the Persian Empire. And it's important to understand that the Medes and the Persian, Cyrus, so this is, we're going to start learning about Cyrus. You're going to see two players. Whenever you see Medes and Persians, there's two names that are going to come to mind. The first one is Cyrus. The second one is Darius. Darius is, so the top dog is Cyrus. Cyrus is the king. He's the guy. But there are other kings underneath him within the Persian Empire, and there's a guy named Darius. So Darius is a king, but he is under Cyrus. So Cyrus is the top king. Darius is another king within the empire. So that is where we're at right now, and we are going to start getting into chapter 6. But I'll catch up and read some of these guys. Hello, everybody. Whoa. Wow. Smart. Yeah, very smart. Thanks, Christy. Daniel 12, 1 through 5 is Mitrib. Yeah, I am a pre-trib kind of guy, so I give all kinds of reasons like that, mainly because of who the kings and priests are in Revelation, but we'll unpack all that kind of stuff today, or not today, but here in a little bit. But now it's Persian. Yeah, chilling words and chilling delivery, Ryan. Oh, thanks. I appreciate that. It's pre-trib. Oh, yeah, I believe I'm a pre-trib too. What the problem is what is the right religion? One God, one religion. I don't know how to read that. All right. All right. Hey, Sandy. Hello. Cover girl. Hello. 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 All right. So we're going to go ahead and get on into chapter 6 here. And we will, I love hearing this. Thanks. Hopefully it's making sense for you guys. It's not the easiest thing to really keep in mind. It's difficult because you have to keep going back to other, you're going all over the place. But this is where I think it's really interesting, where you remember I told you to remind me about Isaiah chapter 45. Because so go to Daniel chapter 5, verse 6. And so this is going to come back into play. So this is like one big picture, right? Like, and I need you, it's all about the picture. I need you to like visualize this stuff. So before Belshazzar was slain, in Daniel chapter 5, verse 6, it says, "Then the king's countenance changed, and his thoughts troubled him, so that the joints of his hips were loosened." He literally pooped himself, okay? So I need you to understand that, because that goes back to Isaiah 45. But when we go to Daniel chapter 6, before we go to Isaiah, in Daniel chapter 6, it's important to understand that we are now in the Medes and the Persian Empire. So the Medes and the Persian Empire is all about Cyrus. Okay? Yes. Yeah, Shelba. Okay. So remember, we are in the Medes in the Persian Empire right now. So this is about King Cyrus. So keep King Cyrus in your mind, and keep Belshazzar pooping himself in mind as well. Now, with all this in mind, let's go to Isaiah chapter 45. Isaiah chapter 45. Now, this is going to really, really make sense to you, because this is unbelievable. Isaiah chapter 45. In Isaiah chapter, actually, let's go to Isaiah chapter 44, verse 28. Isaiah 44, verse 28 says this: "Who says of Cyrus, he is my shepherd, he shall perform all my pleasure, saying to Jerusalem, you shall be built, and to the temple, your foundation shall be laid." Okay, I hope you guys are making some connections with this very first verse, right? So in Isaiah 44, verse 28, we are now going all the way back. This is about 150 years before Cyrus was even born. So Isaiah was written about 150 years-ish before Isaiah even came into play. So Isaiah, the prophet, is writing this down before Cyrus is even born. So keep that in mind, okay? So in Isaiah 44, verse 28, it says, "Who says of Cyrus, He is my shepherd, and he shall perform all my pleasure. So this is God saying to Jerusalem, you shall be built, and to the temple, your foundation shall be laid. This is massive, because what happened here remember when Daniel and Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego were taken captive, King Nebuchadnezzar went against Judah and destroyed Jerusalem and destroyed the temple. I hope you guys are understanding this. So the temple is destroyed, but now we're in Isaiah, and God is calling out this dude named Cyrus who hasn't even been born yet. He's writing about Cyrus before he's born in the book of Isaiah. So that's what's going on here. So in Isaiah 44, verse 28, it says, who says of Cyrus, he is my shepherd, and he shall perform all my pleasure, saying to Jerusalem, you shall be built, and to the temple, your foundation shall be laid. So the temple, do you remember, King Solomon's temple, it was destroyed. Jerusalem was destroyed. Now we get to Isaiah chapter 45, verse 1. Thus says the Lord to his anointed, to Cyrus, whose right hand I have held, to subdue nations before him, and loose the armor of kings. Now I need you to understand here that King Cyrus was not given. So keep your place there in Isaiah. When you go to Daniel chapter 6, it's important to understand that the scene here in Daniel chapter 6, remember, Belshazzar was just killed. Darius, so you have Cyrus, who is the top king, and then right underneath him is Darius. So King Cyrus ends up coming to Babylon, and Daniel goes to him, and he gives. So Daniel, remember Daniel is this. It's unbelievable to see this kind of stuff. Daniel is a part of so much history, it's unbelievable. But Daniel goes up to Cyrus and says, hey, King Cyrus, I have something for you. And he hands King Cyrus, who just took over Babylon, a scroll. And it was the scroll of Isaiah. And so King Cyrus, he takes the scroll, he opens it up, and now mind you, this is an ancient scroll. This wasn't something that Daniel was like, like writing down real fast. He's like, oh shoot, here comes Cyrus, I gotta come up with something. No, this was an ancient scroll. So he goes up to Cyrus and he hands him a scroll, and he's like, I have a letter for you. And so Cyrus opens it up, and Cyrus reads it. And this was basically a letter, it was a personal letter to Cyrus. In Isaiah chapter 45, let's read some of Isaiah 45. So in Daniel chapter 6, Cyrus shows up. Daniel goes up to King Cyrus, gives him the letter the scroll of Isaiah, and he gives it to King Cyrus. And in chapter 45, Isaiah chapter 45, it says this, verse 1, thus says the Lord to his anointed. So this is God talking directly to Cyrus. Thus says the Lord to his anointed, to Cyrus, whose right hand I have held, to subdue nations before him. All of these things Cyrus has done. Cyrus was born, he became a king, and he just started wrecking all of these nations, and then he takes over Babylon, and then he's handed this scroll, and he starts reading it, and it's all about everything that he's done. And he's seeing this, and it says, and loose the armor of kings. Now I need you to understand that when Cyrus was handed this letter, he understood, because of the embarrassment, like this word had to have gone out. You have to assume that the word of a king pooping himself had to have gone out, right? Like that's not something that stays in the house. That crap, pun intended, goes all over the place. So Cyrus had to have heard about what happened to this king, because it specifically says in chapter 45, verse 1, where it says, and loose the armor of kings, to open the doors, the double doors, so that the gates will not be shut. King Cyrus had to have made the connection about what just happened right before he took ownership of Babylon. Do you guys see the connection here? So King Cyrus gets this letter handed to him by Daniel. He starts reading it. He sees that it's all about himself. And now we're continuing on in chapter 45, verse 2. I will go before you and make the crooked places straight. I will break in pieces the gates of bronze and cut the bars of iron. I will give you the treasures of darkness and hidden riches of secret places, that you may know that I, the Lord, who call you by your name, am the God of Israel. So God, can you imagine getting a hand personalized written letter that is handed to you? Because here King Cyrus is, he's already feeling on top of the world because he just conquered Babylon, which was unconquerable. He walks in there and he's like, oh, look at me, I'm awesome. Daniel shows up, gives him a scroll. He opens the scroll and he sees that this is an ancient scroll and it's all about him and everything that he's done. And then it's calling him by name. God called Cyrus by name because he had a plan for him, because Cyrus is pivotal in being instrumental, I should say. He's very instrumental in the rebuilding of Jerusalem. It's unbelievable. But in Isaiah 45 verse 4, it says, for Jacob my servant's sake and Israel my elect, I have even called you by your name. I have named you, though you have not known me. Woo! Wow, that is bananas. I'm just saying. That is wild to think about. So that is so stinking neat. So stinking neat. I'm telling you what, it's getting pumped up over here. But that is important to understand. Isaiah 45 is a big piece of the puzzle in order to understand what's really going on here. So once you go to Isaiah 45, let's go to 2 Chronicles again. 2 Chronicles chapter 36. Hey, CJ. A mighty God we serve. Absolutely. So here we go. In go to 2 Chronicles chapter 36. We were here already. In 2 Chronicles 36, you see in verse 7, Nebuchadnezzar goes into the temple before it was destroyed, and he takes some of the cups and stuff, and he takes it back home with him, right? But then in 2 Chronicles 36, verse 19, it says, then they burned the house of God, broke down the wall of Jerusalem, burned all its palaces with fire, and destroyed all its precious possessions. In verse 19 is where the temple was destroyed, and the city was destroyed. It is no longer there. Thanks, Stacy. So the temple and Jerusalem was destroyed. It's no longer there. But now, in 2 Chronicles 36, now we are going to verse 22. And this is interesting. 2 Chronicles chapter 36, verse 22 says this. Now, in the first year of Cyrus, king of Persia, you guys remember Cyrus, right? We just read all about him. Now, in the first year of Cyrus, king of Persia, that the word of the Lord by the mouth of Jeremiah might be fulfilled, the Lord stirred up the spirit of King Cyrus of Persia, so that he made a proclamation throughout all his kingdom, and also put it in writing, saying, thus says Cyrus, thank you, Stacy. Thus says Cyrus, king of Persia, all the kingdoms of the earth, the Lord God of heaven has given me, and he has commanded me to build him a house at Jerusalem, which is in Judah. Who is among you of all his people? May the Lord his God be with him, and let him go up. Oh, thank you. I'm just saying, this is amazing. So you have King Nebuchadnezzar destroy the temple and destroy the city, and he takes Daniel, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, brings them to Babylon. Then, let's go, okay, so hold your place there, and let's go to Daniel chapter 1. I think Daniel chapter 1, verse 21. This is important. Daniel chapter 1, verse 21. It says, thus Daniel continued until the first year of King Cyrus. I need you, hopefully you guys are seeing this whole picture. I'm just gonna do a brief overview just to reiterate everything that we talked about before. Chapter 1. King Nebuchadnezzar, there's 3 sieges on Jerusalem. The third time he sieges Jerusalem, he destroys the temple and he destroys Jerusalem. But he takes Daniel and Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego and puts them in Babylon. So they're 12 to 14 years old at the time. And chapter 1, verse 21, we are told before it even happens that Daniel was going to be there all the way throughout King Cyrus. So we're told that before Cyrus is even in play. Like, he's not even in the scope of anything yet, but we're told that when he was 12 to 14 years old. So that's interesting. So then you continue on. There's the dream, the statue, gold, silver, brass, iron mixed with clay. That happens. Then after that, you have the fiery furnace. Then after that, you have everything that just happened, the handwriting on the wall, right? And so the handwriting on the wall brings in what's going to happen to Belshazzar. Belshazzar is slain. He's prideful. And then King Cyrus shows up. Daniel goes up to King Cyrus, gives him a handwritten letter by God, which told Cyrus all about himself. And Cyrus is like, I got to do this. I am here specifically for 2 Chronicles 36, verse 22 and 23. He says, now in the first year of Cyrus of king of Persia, that the word of the Lord by the mouth of Jeremiah might be fulfilled, that the Lord stirred up the spirit of Cyrus king of Persia, so that he made a proclamation throughout all his kingdom and also put it in writing, saying, thus Cyrus, king of Persia, all the kingdoms of the earth, the Lord God of heaven has given me, and he has commanded me to build him a house at Jerusalem. I mean, it was already wiped out, and God knew. I need you guys to understand that this was written. So Jerusalem and the temple was destroyed before Isaiah. This was already written while Jerusalem and the temple was still currently standing. So the temple was currently standing already. So Isaiah wrote all this while all those things were in existence. So when Isaiah was writing this, it didn't make any sense. But then time goes on, Jerusalem and the temple fall down and are completely destroyed, and then so on and so forth. Everything fell together perfectly so that when Cyrus walks in, he's like, yeah, I'm the king of the earth, right? He's given a letter, and he says, God has commanded me to rebuild this temple and city. What? Because when Isaiah wrote that letter, those things were in existence. So Isaiah had to have been confused, right? Because he's like, why am I writing this to Cyrus, who's not even born yet, and the temple in Jerusalem they're already here. Why am I doing this? It didn't make sense. We need to understand that a lot of the things that the prophets said when they wrote it down did not make any sense to them. Think about crucifixion, for example. They prophesied that Jesus would be crucified for blasphemy, right? But crucifixion wasn't even invented when they prophesied that kind of stuff. It wasn't even a thing the way that they would kill somebody back then for blasphemy was by stoning them to death. So it would have made so much more sense for those prophets back then to prophesy about Jesus dying by getting stoned to death, but they didn't do that. They prophesied about him dying on the cross. My point is that people didn't know what they were prophesying about half the time they prophesied. It didn't make any sense. They had a little piece of the puzzle back in their time. You and I have the whole picture. We need to understand this. This is so stinking neat. I'm telling you what, I just get all pumped up. I'm like, whoa, let's go. So that's what's going on. So Cyrus gets that letter, and that's what's happening in 2 Chronicles chapter 36. But then, I'm sorry, I'm not done there. Turn over one page in Ezra. Thanks, Cover Girl. In Ezra chapter 1. In Ezra chapter 1, I'm going to read Ezra chapter 1, verse 1 through 4, because we're not done talking about Cyrus. Again, Ezra chapter 1, now in the first year of Cyrus, king of Persia, that the word of the Lord by the mouth of Jeremiah might be fulfilled, the Lord stirred up the spirit of Cyrus, king of Persia, so that he made a proclamation throughout all his kingdom, and also put it in writing, saying, thus says Cyrus, king of Persia, all the kingdoms of the earth the Lord God of heaven has given me, and has commanded me to build him a house at Jerusalem, which is in Judah. Who is among you of all his people? May his God be with him, and let him go up to Jerusalem, which is in Judah, and build the house of the Lord God of Israel. He is God, which is in Jerusalem. And whoever is left in any place where he dwells, let the men of his place help him with silver and gold, with goods and livestock, besides the free will offerings for the house of God, which is in Jerusalem. This is the kind of stuff. So you see it in Second Chronicles chapter 36, and you see it as well in Ezra chapter 1. So this is Cyrus, who is top dog right now, right? Like he just usurped all this. He took he took Babylon. He's in charge of Babylon. And that is basically the scene before we get into chapter 6. And it's interesting when you zoom out again and you see how Daniel just starts. He's all the way through all this kind of stuff. You see him arrive as a child, 12 to 14 years old. He stands up to the eunuch at the time, and he finds favor in his sight. And then he finds favor in King Nebuchadnezzar's sight. He has a whole adventure with King Nebuchadnezzar for a couple chapters. King Nebuchadnezzar is super prideful throughout his entire time as king, but then he humbles himself finally, and he acknowledges that God is God. The God of Daniel is God. And then his grandson, Belshazzar, comes in, and Daniel's still there. Daniel is not going away. He's still there. And then Belshazzar gets slain, but Daniel is still there. I want, like, just think about that for example. Like, while all this is happening, is Daniel just, like, sitting back, like, just, like watching, like, the people come in, like, oh, man, like, popcorn, just got his glasses on, his 3D glasses, but Daniel is still there. So, yeah, right. I have so much more to learn. But it's interesting. So Daniel does all of this. He is still there from 12 to 14 years old, and now he's there. And in chapter 6, we are seeing that he is about 83 years old. So that's about how much time has transpired from when he first got into captivity and where he is now. So that is really interesting. He's about 83 years old here before we start to get into chapter 6. But that is about what you need to know for the setting of this entire thing. I think I told you before that Cyrus is the reason why it says the Medes and the Persian. Okay, so the head of gold is Babylon, King Nebuchadnezzar. Silver is the Medes and the Persians. The reason why it's the Medes and the Persians is because Cyrus, his dad was a Persian and his mom was a Mede, so he's half Mede, half Persian. So that's why it's called the Medes and the Persians. Thanks, Beverly. Thank you. So that's what's going on there. So that's why it's called the Medes and the Persian Empire. Also, Babylon was pretty big. It was about this big, right? But then the Medes and the Persian Empire was much bigger than the Babylonian Empire. There was a lot more land that they had to them. So when Cyrus puts out a letter to remember when King Nebuchadnezzar put out his letter in chapter 4, how he wrote a letter to all peoples and nations? It went out to about this many people on a map. But Cyrus, when he sends out a letter, it goes to this many people. It is a much bigger landmass that he was in charge of. So that's important to understand as well. But in chapter 6, we can just go ahead and get on into it. In chapter 6, it says, "It pleased Darius to set over the kingdom 120 satraps to be over the whole kingdom, and over these 3 governors, of whom Daniel was one, that the satraps might give account to them, so that the king would suffer no loss." Okay, so what you're seeing here in chapter 6 is that there's 120 of these guys who are to be over the whole kingdom. But over those 120, there's 3 people, which are 3 governors. So you have 120 guys down here, and then you have 3 guys up here who are in charge of all of these 120 down here. So keep that in mind. All of these 120 down here report to the 3 here. So it's kind of the chain of command type style here. And so continuing on, in verse 3, it says, "Then this Daniel distinguished himself above the governors and satraps because an excellent spirit was in him. And the king gave thought to setting him over the whole realm." Okay, so again, I need you to remember, like, we're going to bring everything back into play. You have Daniel. What is Daniel? Is he a Mede and a Persian? Is he a Babylonian? No, Daniel is a Jew. Interesting. Also, where are Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego? I don't know, but they're not here. So it's funny trying to read between the lines and trying to figure out where people are, and because they're around, but they're not involved in every single paragraph here. But in verse 3 it says, then this Daniel distinguished himself above the governors. So it's interesting. So Daniel was one of 3 governors who was above all the other people, but Daniel distinguished himself above those 3. So Daniel is the top dog out of the 3. So you have Daniel and then the other 2 guys. So it's important to understand he was one of 3, but he was the top of those 3. So then in verse 4 it says, so the governors and satraps sought to find some charge against Daniel concerning the kingdom, but they could find no charge or fault because he was faithful. Now, why would these guys, mind you, when in verse 4 where it says, so the governors and satraps, when you see that, understand every time you see that phrase, I want you to say that that is 122 people, because you have 3 governors. One of them is Daniel, so take one away. Now you're down to 2 governors. And then you have 120 satraps. So that is 120 plus 2. That's 122 guys. You have 122 guys who are out seeking something to blame Daniel with. 122 people. I'm telling you right now, you would only need like a little 2-month-old puppy to find something wrong with me. They had 122 guys, and these are educated people in high places looking for something to find to charge Daniel with. Why? They are just green with envy because Daniel, again, he is above. He is found favor. He is distinguished. Daniel is standing the test of time. Daniel is unbelievable. Okay, so my point is in verse 4, whenever you see when it says governors and satraps, whenever you see that, I want you could literally write on your paper right there in your Bible, 122. There's 122 of them. So you could say in verse 4, so 122 guys sought to find some charge against Daniel concerning the kingdom, but they could find no charge or fault because he was faithful, nor was there any error or fault found in him. Okay, so some backstory on this kind of stuff, because this is also important. When King Nebuchadnezzar was the guy in charge during the Babylonian Empire, right? When King Nebuchadnezzar was the king, when he was alive, whatever he said was law. It's important to understand this for what we're about to dive into. When King Nebuchadnezzar was in charge, whatever he said was law. He was above the law. If he made a law, he could override that law and cancel it out if he wanted to, because he was whatever he wanted to be. He could make a law or take away a law. It's important to understand that, because in contrast, when you're looking at the Medes and the Persian Empire, that was not the same case. In the Babylonian Empire, King Nebuchadnezzar could make a law and then he could cancel the law. In the Medes and Persian Empire, if a law was made, it stood. And it didn't matter if you were the king, and it didn't matter who you were. If a law was made, it was there. It was set in stone. So keep that in mind. It's a completely different world now, okay? So Nebuchadnezzar could do whatever he wanted. He could overrule himself if he wanted to. That's not the case for this empire. We are in the Medes and the Persian Empire. Keep that in mind, because that's going to come back into play. In verse 5... now we move on, and it says, then these men said, we shall not find any charge against this Daniel unless we find it against him concerning the law of his God. Man, that is interesting. That is interesting. These guys created a law knowing Daniel would be keeping God's law. First off, what an absolute testimony of Daniel. 122 minds came together, and they concluded that the only way to trap this guy was by making a law against how faithful Daniel was to his God. That is the only thing that they could find. They're like, you know what? We're studying him. We're doing all kinds of surveillance on this guy. We're watching his every move. You have to imagine. I want you to put yourself, like, we're reading a sentence. We're going sentence by sentence by sentence by sentence. But unpack that. Use your imagination here. Dive into it, because this is like, it's so easy to just read one sentence and go on to the next without really putting yourself there. I want you to be one of those 122 people, because I would tell you, if I'm one of the two governors and I'm in charge of you, I'm going to be like, watch him. I want you to watch his every move, and I want you to follow him like a hawk. And so I'm going to do that. So then I'm like watching, like I'm like reading a newspaper, like I'm like hiding in the shadows, but I'm watching you in the sidelines. Like I'm doing all this kind of stuff. They were stalking this guy, Daniel, and they couldn't find anything wrong with him. So the best way that they could conclude to catch this guy was by getting a law created about something that Daniel was doing with his relationship with God. That's amazing. That is an amazing testimony, because when you think about Daniel and his walk with Christ, the question comes to mind, is there enough evidence to convict you, yourself, I'm talking to you, is there enough evidence to convict you right now of being a Christian? I've asked this before in these lives, like a month ago or something, but it's a very, very interesting question to ask yourself. Daniel was convicted because of his relationship with God. It was so abundantly clear to everybody that he was a Christian, or that he was following God. And so my question to you, guilty? Yes, good. That is awesome, because there should be. So the question, a way to kind of think about this right now is, somebody was once asked, hey, like, so if I could, so a good way to go about it, this kind of conversation, if I come up to you and I say, hey, are you a Christian? Or if you come up to me and you say, hey, are you a Christian? My answer to you should be, I don't know, you tell me. It should make you think that kind of way, because if you are asking me if you're asking me if I'm a Christian, my response to you should be like, you tell me. Because I want to know your opinion, your perspective. How do you view me? Because what's going on with this, that kind of fake conversation that we just had, that's basically what they were doing to Daniel. They watched him, and they knew. They had all of this already concluded. There was no doubt in their mind. They're like, if we can get the king to sign this decree that says this, this, and this, we know we can get Daniel. And that is what they did, because they knew that the one constant, the one thing that never changed in Daniel was his relationship with God. And that is an amazing thing to consider. So anyways, moving on, in Daniel chapter 6, we see these guys doing all kinds of evil type of things. And in chapter 6, verse 6, it says, so these governors and satraps thronged before the king and said thus to him, King Darius, live forever. All the governors of the kingdom, the administrators, the satraps, the counselors, and advisors have consulted together to establish a royal statute and to make a firm decree that whoever petitions any god or man for 30 days, except you, O king, shall be cast into the den of lions. You can just imagine the way they went about this, because they had to sell it. This was not a thing that King Darius was thinking himself. They approached him with this evil intention in mind. That's how they approached him. They approached him this way. They had to build him up, and they were just, giving him just a big old head just by talking him up, me like, you're the best thing ever. We need to make a decree to make everybody worship you. So they puffed him up. But then in verse 8 it says, now, O king, establish the decree and sign the writing so that it cannot be changed. That is what I was trying to explain to you. In the Babylonian Empire during King Nebuchadnezzar's reign, he could do whatever he wanted. He could change his mind without any worries. That's not the case here in the Persian Empire, in the Medes and the Persian. King Darius, when he makes a decree, it is in stone. You cannot overrule it. So keep that in mind. So this is complete entrapment on what they're doing towards Daniel. They are literally doing this for the sole purpose of getting Daniel. In verse 8, it says, so that it cannot be changed according to the law of the Medes and Persians, which does not alter. Therefore, King Darius signed the written decree. So they had it all written up for him. They're like, go ahead and sign here. Now we're moving on. In verse 10, this is very, very interesting. What's up, Angel? Here we go. It says, now when Daniel knew that the writing was signed, he went home. And if you got your Bibles out, you should put like a little underline or a little square around the word knew. Because that's so revealing, right? So revealing. Daniel's 83 years old, roughly. And in verse 10, it says, now when Daniel knew that the writing was signed, he went home. He knew about this. He knew about this. He knew what the decree said, and he went home. And he didn't do anything weird. What he did was, in his upper room, with his windows open towards Jerusalem, he knelt down on his knees 3 times that day and prayed and gave thanks before his God, as was his custom since early days. You know, if we took out that one word, knew, we would have all kinds of speculation here, right? Imagine we just erase that word. Now, when Daniel went home, he just started praying, right? But no, it says Daniel knew. So Daniel knew full well what the decree was, what it meant. He had the understanding. He's the smartest guy in the entire kingdom. Remember that. He had wisdom and knowledge in all literature and understanding. He had all knowledge and understanding of dreams and interpretation. He had all of that in his mind, right? He's that guy. He is super intelligent and smart. He goes home and he knew what it said, and he still prayed 3 times, 3 different times. That's insane to me. He didn't change. And it makes you really think about how many times you pray and how often, because I think it's pretty difficult to pray longer than 5 minutes. I'm telling you what, he prayed 3 times a day. This was so important to him. A relationship with God. It's interesting because I want you guys, just think about it. It's a relationship with you and God, between me and God, between everybody else and God. It's a relationship. Communication, it kind of goes both ways, right? So just look at your best friend or your closest sibling or mom and dad, whoever the closest person in your life. You are in constant communication. When you call them, you don't just tell them all about your day and then hang up without hearing what they have to say. You tell them about your day and what's going on, and then you listen to what they say, and you understand how they think, you understand what's going on in their life, how they operate, all of the things that they like, that they dislike. And that is the same kind of concept with us and God, is when we read the Bible, we have insight and we gain so much perspective on God and what he loves and what he hates, which is what we went over last time. But we also need to talk to him. So he's talking to us here as well as with the Holy Spirit, but it also requires us to tell him. He wants us to come before him and do this kind of stuff. And so Daniel is doing that. It's a two-way street. And so it's interesting that he never stopped what he was doing. But in verse 11, it says, then these men assembled and found Daniel praying and making supplication before his God. Now, this word assemble, it's almost like, it's not like the Avengers getting together. It's like, like they hit the button. They're like, Anchormen, no, they don't do that kind of thing. It was more of like they got all riled up. It wasn't like this word assembled is kind of misleading. It was more they were riled up. But in verse 12 it says, and they went before the king, all riled up, and spoke concerning the king's decree. Have you not signed the decree that every man who petitions any god or man within 30 days except you, O king, shall be cast into the den of lions? The king answered and said, the thing is true according to the law of Medes and Persians, which does not alter. So they answered and said before the king, that Daniel, who is one of the captives from Judah. That's an insult, by the way. They are lessening Daniel by giving him this title. You can just hear it in their voice right here. I'll say it again. That Daniel, who is one of the captives from Judah, does not show due regard for you. You can hear the disdain in their voices for Daniel. They did not like this guy. They are talking down to him by saying it this kind of way. That Daniel, one of the captives from Judah, does not show due regard for you, O king, or for the decree that you have signed, but makes his petition 3 times a day. So first off, they went to the king and they asked him, hey, did you do this? Because they wanted the king to say out loud, yeah, I did that. And so once they got the king to say, yeah, I did sign that thing, and that is our custom, then they introduced their evidence to him. Because they wanted to make sure they wanted an ironclad type of case that they were bringing. Yes, absolutely. They were jealous, 100% Blackberry, what's up? But then in verse 14, it says this, and this is very insightful for the relationship that Daniel and the king had. It says this, and the king, when he heard these words, was greatly displeased with himself. And that's interesting, because this is the king who's in charge of Babylon right now, and he is displeased not with the governors or the satraps. He's not displeased with Daniel. He's displeased with himself because he is most likely acknowledging that he was tricked. Because he's now seeing the whole picture. He's now hearing the tone that these guys all approached him. Like these guys all, like again, 120 guys come before the king, and they're all standing before him. And you can just imagine them standing there. Didn't you say this? And he's like, yes, I did. And now he is stuck. So he is greatly displeased with himself. And it goes on in verse 14, and it says, and set his heart on Daniel to deliver him. And he labored till the going down of the sun to deliver him. He wanted to help Daniel. And it's interesting because you have to imagine where it says he labored, like he worked hard. He probably went to all the people who were legislators or whatever, lawmakers or whatever, lawyers or attorneys or whatever was in during back that time, and probably went before them saying, can I do anything here? Can I help my friend? But he couldn't. He couldn't do it because that was the way of the Medes and the Persians. In verse 15, though, it says, then these men approached the king and said to the king, know, O king, that it is the law of the Medes and Persians that no decree or statute which the king establishes may be changed. I mean, these guys are just they're rubbing it in almost, like they got them. They're like high-fiving each other. They're all kinds of happy. It is crazy to see the hatred. Crazy to see the hatred. And the king's hands were tied. He couldn't do anything. So we move on to verse 16, and it says, so the king gave the command, and they brought Daniel and cast him into the den of lions. But the king spoke, saying to Daniel, your God whom you serve continually, he will deliver you. It's interesting to me, the order of operations here. Because it says, so the king gave the command, and they brought Daniel, and they cast him into the lion's den. But the king spoke, saying to Daniel, your God, like I just imagine, like while Daniel is down and like, don't you think that's something he would have said before Daniel got in? It doesn't seem to be the case here. It seems to be like Daniel was thrown into this den filled with lions, and then the king says, your God whom you serve continually, he will deliver you. The word continually there is very insightful because this, again, shows that it wasn't just a few people who recognized Daniel's loyalty to God. The king himself is saying out loud, saying, your God whom you serve continually, he will deliver you. That word is so huge, and it's just like, I wonder what people would say about me. I had a conversation with my friend once, and I said, hey, It's my buddy Cole. If you've been here at all, you've heard me talk about him. I'm working on him. I've been working on him for a decade, trying to win him to the Lord. We've gained like an inch or two in ground, and he's seeing things, but he's still not budging, unfortunately. But I asked him one time. I said, Cole, what would you want people to remember you by? If you were to die right now, you know how like you're gonna, you have a funeral and somebody comes up and they speak and they talk to everybody that's there and they're like, oh, he was such a good guy. Like they say all of those things at your funeral. I said, Cole, what would be the one thing that you would want people to remember you by? And his answer for not being a Christian, this guy is not a Christian. His answer was he wanted to be remembered as giving. Because he enjoys giving gifts to people. Like he'll give you something just for no reason. Like he enjoys doing that. And so that's how he wants to be remembered. And so he asked me, and I said that I wanted people to remember me as being Christ-like. And so it's interesting. Daniel has his testimony and he's living it outwardly. It's not inwardly. This is not like a hidden little secret that he has and it's between him and God and he's like, oh, I'm a Christian and I'm not going to tell anybody. No, Daniel, everybody who saw this guy knew that he was doing this, and the word there continually is amazing. And so I'm just like, man, that is such a testimony to me, because I'm just like, I wonder what people think about me in my real world. Do people see me and do they think, man, like he loves the Lord? Like I love seeing that. What do people think about you? If somebody was going to say, hey, what do I think about Kat, or what do I think about Mary, or what do I think about Dina, or what do I think about Crystal, or Thefley, or Blackbird, or all these Fireshine, like all of you guys in here, what will people think about you? Do they know beyond a shadow of a doubt how much you love the Lord? Because that's what they say, and that's what they see in Daniel. And the king cries out and says, your God whom you serve continually, he will deliver you. Verse 17, then it goes on and it says, then a stone was brought and laid on the mouth of the den. Thanks, family. Then a stone was brought and laid on the mouth of the den, and the king sealed it with his own signet ring and with the signets of his lords, that the purpose concerning Daniel might not be changed. The reason why it's a duality here, because the king sealed it with his own ring, and then the lords sealed it with their rings. So it's kind of like, I want you to picture like it takes two keys to open something. Like I have a key wrapped around my neck, but I can't gain access to it without your key. So we can only open this if we are both here together and we both decide. So we both put our keys in, turn it, and now it pops open. That's the idea here. This is designed this way so that one person does not have the authority to overrule or make the decision solely by themselves. So that's the whole point here. Why couldn't the king change his decree? Because that was the ways of the Medes and the Persians. That's said time and time again throughout this chapter here. That is, once a decree is made, it cannot be overridden. Anyways, that's the whole point why there's two seals. But then in verse 18, we move on, and it says, now the king went to his palace and spent the night fasting. Interesting. This is a pagan king here, Darius. He spent the night fasting, and no musicians were brought before him. Also, his sleep went from him. Now you can use your imagination here, because the king is a hot mess because he's worried about his friend. But what about Daniel? What do you think? I would put yourself in Daniel's shoes here, because Daniel, first off, Daniel's thrown in, and there are lions in there. I want you to imagine what would happen to you if I take you to a zoo and there's 3 lions, and I just drop you in the middle of the lion's den, and you got like all the guys like outside the glass just like, oh, what's going to happen? Like, very shortly that those lions are going to come after you quickly. Interesting, because as they throw Daniel in, the king says, your God's going to save you. Like, that's what he says. But then the stone is put over it. What does the whole night look like? Yeah, cat food. What does that night look like? Put yourself in Daniel's shoes for this entire night. You have the perspective of the king. He's up there sweating bullets. He's fasting. He's like so worried, and he cannot sleep. But what about Daniel? What do you imagine that night going like? I mean, you just have to imagine him. He might have got like a great night's sleep. I don't know what happened down there. I don't know what he saw or what experience or what it was, but he's hanging out with lions, and that is crazy. Verse 19, then the king arose very early in the morning and went in haste to the den of lions. And when he came to the den, he cried with a lamenting voice to Daniel. The king spoke, saying to Daniel, Daniel, servant of the living God, has your God, whom you serve continually, been able to deliver you from the lions? It's interesting that he says all of those things. I think I would, if it were me, I'd have been like, hey, Daniel. Like, that's probably what I would have done, right? Like, but this king goes into this long description. Daniel, servant of the Most High God, whom you serve continually. Are you been able to be delivered from the lions? That's crazy. That's not how I would have done it. But in verse 21, then Daniel said to the king, O king, live forever. Be like, what's up, man? My God sent his angel and shut the lions' mouths. Again, you're seeing this a different perspective, a little insight of what happened during that time while Daniel was in the lion's den. Daniel is saying, my God sent his angel. So Daniel sees another angel, which is just another day for Daniel at this point, because Daniel has got the most wildest, just, I can't think of anybody else who has had this much, aside from John. You know, the book of Daniel, compared to the book of Revelation, they're intertwined. Like, you can't disconnect these two books. But Daniel sees all of these angels and just the experiences that they have. But the difference between the book of Revelation and the book of Daniel is that Daniel is living this. Like, this is a real thing. The book of Revelation, these were visions that John had, but Daniel was going through it. Daniel was thrown into a lion's den. He got to hang out with some cats. And then an angel shows up when they put the rock over the lion's den. It's unbelievable. And he just says, nonchalantly, hey, king, yeah, my God sent his angel and shut the lions. Like, it's no big deal. Like, yeah, oh, yeah. Oh yeah, just this angel showed up. Like, I would have been talking about that. I would have been like, you're not going to believe what happened. Anyways, there's just like a nonchalantness about this kind of thing. It's crazy. But in verse 22, it says, my God sent his angel and shut the lion's mouth so that they have not hurt me, because I was found innocent before him. And also, O king, I have done no wrong before you. Now the king was exceedingly glad for him and commanded that they should take Daniel up out of the den. So Daniel was taken up out of the den, and no injury whatever was found on him, because he believed in his God. I want to focus in on that real quick. It says, because he believed in his God. Now, there's a difference between believing and faith, right? Because it's important to understand that you can believe in God, and that doesn't mean anything. Believing in God, the Bible says that even the demons believe and they tremble. So what's the difference between you believing in God and demons believing in God? The difference is faith. And what I mean by that is in Ephesians 2:8-9 is a perfect example. It says, for by grace are you saved through faith. So believing, yes, but faith. And so it's kind of like when you sit on a chair. You walk up to a chair and you just sit down on it because you just know it's gonna hold you. But let me ask you this: if you grew up and you never saw a chair before, and then somebody's like, have a seat, and you'd be like inspecting it, and then all of a sudden you sit down and it falls, and then sit down on the next one and it falls, you would start being like losing your faith in that kind of chair. But that's not how chairs are designed. So you gain that faith in that chair because you've tested it out, right? Like, you've studied it, you've experienced all this kind of stuff. It's a clumsy kind of analogy, but hopefully you understand what I'm saying. There's a difference between believing and putting your faith in it. And so this case, Daniel believed and he put faith in God, and it didn't matter whether or not God came through for him. It didn't matter. But you can see that this whole time throughout Daniel's history so far, and we're only on chapter 6, we still got a lot more to go, Daniel is being used. He's instrumental in so many things here, and it's all to further the kingdom of God. Everything he is doing, he is not straying. And every time something like this happens to Daniel, his strength or his faith is strengthened so much more than what it was before. You and I are living in a different world. We don't have these experiences like what Daniel had back in this time. All of this was necessary to continue on everything that was meant to play out, like the Daniel 9 prophecy and all of the other prophecies in Daniel chapter, or the visions that he had in Daniel chapter 10 or 11. I can't remember. We'll get there. But that is just interesting and important to understand, because it says at the end of verse 23, it says, because he believed in his God. Well, now we get to the interesting part, and it says in verse 24, and the king gave the command, and they brought those men who had accused Daniel, and they cast them into the den of lions. Doesn't stop there, continues to go on. They cast them into the den of lions, them, their children, and their wives. And the lions overpowered them and broke all their bones in pieces before they ever came to the bottom of the den. That is over 122 people. You have 122 plus their wives and their children. I mean, let's just say 122 times 3. Let's just say each one of them had a wife and each one of them had a child. Just one. I don't know what 122 is times 3. What is that? 366 roughly? I don't know. That's a lot of people thrown in to the lion's den. And that's what happened. Interesting. So then we continue on and wrap up chapter 6, and it goes on in verse 25. It says, then King Darius wrote. Now, mind you, this is the king. Remember, King Nebuchadnezzar wrote a letter to the entire his empire, but now you're seeing King Darius write to his entire empire, and that is important to understand. And also remember, Babylon was about this big. The Persian Empire was about this big. It was much bigger than the Babylonian Empire. So this letter is going out to many, many more people than what it would have gone if it was just going to the Babylonian Empire. The Medes and the Persian Empire was much bigger. But King Darius writes this letter, and it says, to all peoples, nations, and languages that dwell in all the earth, peace be multiplied to you. I, King Darius, make a decree that in every dominion of my kingdom, men must tremble and fear before the God of Daniel. I mean, you're seeing this time and time again. Is there somebody that's getting weird in here? So all right, got it. Sorry about that. So King Darius writes this letter to all the peoples, the nations, and languages. And it's interesting because you're seeing a theme, right? Like, pay attention to the themes. Whenever you see a pattern, pay attention to it. Because when you understand, like if you were here for the book of Revelation, you understand that the Gentiles, you and I, we pay attention to prophecy as a prediction, and then there is fulfillment. That is how you and I see prophecy. The Jewish people pay attention to patterns. There's pattern all throughout time, and they that's what they pay attention to. So they have a different lens on than what you and I have. So it's important to understand that there is now another letter that is written to everybody, just like how it was in King Nebuchadnezzar when he wrote a letter to all the peoples and nations and languages. Now we're in chapter 6, and now King Darius of the Persian Empire is now writing a letter to everybody, and he says pretty much what King Nebuchadnezzar says, but this is coming from a different king. So can you imagine living in this world during the time you're like, oh, King Nebuchadnezzar is our king. I got a letter from him. He says, oh, we got to worship Daniel's God. Okay, cool. And then King Nebuchadnezzar dies, and then Belshazzar gets slain, and then King Darius comes up and he's like, oh, I got a letter from King Darius. What's it say? Oh, we got to worship Daniel's God. Can you imagine being in like a common folk during this time, like a layman, and just getting this news and be like, what's going on with this Daniel guy? Like, there's people out there who didn't know who Daniel was, or Belteshazzar, whatever. They heard his name before, but his name keeps coming up and up and up and up, and everybody in the world, in that empire, was hearing that they need to worship his God. And that is an interesting thought. Put yourself in different people's shoes as you go about these type of stories, because it's important to gain perspective when you do that. But in verse 26 it says, I make a decree that in every dominion of my kingdom men must tremble and fear before the God of Daniel, for he is a living God and steadfast forever. His kingdom is the one which shall not be destroyed, and his dominion shall endure to the end. I don't know if that rings a bell to you guys, but let's go ahead and go back to Daniel chapter 4, verse 34. Daniel chapter 4, verse 44. He wrote and said, for his dominion is an everlasting dominion, and his kingdom is from generation to generation. All the inhabitants of the earth are reputed as nothing. He does according to his will in the army of heaven and among the inhabitants of the earth. No one can restrain his hand or say to him, what have you done? I'm just saying, you got two different kings. One king says something and the other king says something almost exactly the same. And it's so many years, so decades apart from one another. Interesting. Going back to verse 27, though, it says, he delivers and rescues. He works signs and wonders in heaven and on earth. Who has delivered Daniel from the power of the lions? So this Daniel prospered in the reign of Darius and in the reign of Cyrus the Persian. So there you go. That is Daniel chapter 5 and chapter 6. I don't know. I'm sure you guys have heard those stories before, but hopefully that was allowed you to see it in a different light, because there's a lot of stuff there. It's easier than just like a little, it's a child's story. That's like one of the stories like Noah's Ark and Daniel in the lion's den and David and Goliath. Like, yeah, the surface level of those, but it goes so much deeper when you actually look for it. And it's really, really neat when you find those types of things. So hopefully that was a blessing to you guys, but that's some really neat stuff. Yeah, absolutely, Autumn. Yeah, thanks, Jules. Katarina, thank you. I usually can't keep up, yet I did. Let's go, Jenny. Edifying. Awesome. Thanks, Heather. That's really neat. Thanks, Janice. I appreciate that. So thank you very much, Ryan. Wonderful job linking everything with us. Yeah. Brought it to life. Yeah. I brought it to life. I can get a little animated, but sometimes when I start talking, I just get all pumped up. So that's just who I am. But that's thank you as always. Yeah, absolutely. Great study. Yeah, thanks for being here, guys. I love when you get excited. I just get all fired up because it's so unbelievable. Guys, the reason why I get all fired up is because I see things, and like I'm learning stuff all the time. I don't want you guys to look at me like I know everything, because I do not. And there's so much that I don't know. But when the little connecting the dots as I go throughout my journey, I love connecting dots, because as I read, and even when I'm talking to you guys, there's something that pops into my mind and I'm like, oh, I didn't see that before. And I'm like, then I just go off on it. And a lot of this, like I've prepared some of this stuff, obviously, but then there's some stuff that I haven't. And I was just like, I'm just going to talk on that, because there's things that come to mind and memories and but that doesn't happen unless you study, and it takes years of studying. You can't just open this book and think you can understand it, because it is so crazy. It's all over the place. And so when you start to see it for yourself, like for me, like I'm talking to me, when you start to see it for yourself, it is unbelievable. The authorship of this book, it's so crazy. Like I said before, it is written by there's 66 books, but it's written by around 40 different authors. 40 different dudes. Many of them were not alive during the time of each other. They didn't know each other, most of them. and they all have a story pointing to the same person. And people have the audacity to say, prove to me he's real. Prove to me he exists. I'm telling you what we just went through in the book of Daniel, we were in the book of Ezra, we were in the book of 2nd Chronicles, we were in the book of Deuteronomy, we were in the book of Matthew. We went in 5 different books tonight at least, and it was a common theme throughout every one of them. And there were hundreds of years. Oh, and the book of Isaiah. We were all over the place. And people are like, prove to me that God's real, or why doesn't he show himself? Like, I'm like, if you dive in here, you're going to be able to find it. You will be able to see it for yourself. But people don't want to put forth the energy or the effort. And I understand it. Like, I'm not one to, like, throw judgment on anybody for not doing this kind of stuff, because it takes a lot of work. It takes energy. And right now, people don't want to do that. Books are not cool anymore. Think about technology. Now we have technology. Now I'm just like, boop, boop, boop. And like, now I can go watch a 3-minute video. And like, now I have all of these questions to question the Bible. And like, oh, what about slaves? And God hates slaves. And like, people say these things, and people are just, oh man, breaks my heart. I just wish people would actually dive in, because if they did, they would be absolutely blown away. I honestly just want to offer somebody like $1 million, $1 million, read the Bible, prove to me that this is not real. And then the more they study it, if they truly put their heart into it, they would be blown away. And that's why I get fired up, because I'm getting blown away, because I'm seeing it. And I'm just like, how in the world are all of these books connected to one another? It doesn't make any sense. I mean, we have to put ourselves back into the time of the Bible. These people, in order for word to travel, it took weeks. It took months sometimes for one thing to get from point A to point B. To write something down, it took forever. They didn't have typewriters. They couldn't just erase stuff. They had ink. I mean, the people, when they were writing the Old Testament, the scribes, every time they wrote the name Jehovah, they broke the quill that they were writing with, and then they went to go take a bath, because that is how much respect they had for the Lord. And now you look at what they did back then, and you compare it to where we are right now, and it is the exact opposite. There are people in here who do not care, even Christians. They'll take the Lord's name in vain. There are Christians who do all of these things, and they've lost the fear of the Lord. And so if you've been here at all, you've heard me say, do you have the fear of the Lord? Do you truly fear the Lord? Look at how it was back then. The scribes, when they literally broke the quill and then took a bath and stopped writing and then came back, just because of how much reverence they had for God. I'm telling you what, it is a completely different world that we're living in right now. And we've lost the fear of the Lord. We've lost it big time. And it's unfortunate. But here we are. Thanks, Max. I appreciate that. God bless. Yeah, thanks, man. I appreciate that. Your gods pretend. What's up, Crunchwrap Supreme? Man, I used to work at Taco Bell when I was 16 years old. I am twice that age now. Thanks, Christy. Thanks, guys. I always tell people that the only reason that you can give a gift is if you were able to tell somebody about Jesus, because I'm not here for the gifts, but I really do appreciate it. I know you guys are doing it because, you're here and you're glad that this is happening, and I understand that that's where it's coming from. But just know that it is not. Okay, well, all right. Okay, Holly. I mean, thank you. Thank you, guys. You guys are... that's awesome. Thank you. Not okay. I just wow, Galaxy, accept with grace. Thank you. Yeah, it's always weird for me to do that. You're so humble. I don't know. Just remember the Lord's still at work with his plan in motion, and we want to be a part of it. Yeah. So hopefully you guys are gaining a lot of insight for this kind of stuff. You are the best. Thanks, Justine. Hopefully you guys are learning. If you guys were here for the book of Revelation, put your hand up if you were here for the book of Revelation. First off, I just love seeing these little hands for people, especially when people are here that don't talk much. Thanks, Leah. But yeah, Stony in the back, you guys need to talk more. Thanks for being here, even if you're lurking. Gina, hi. Yeah, Autumn, Kellogg, Cather. I hope you guys are able to see the book of Revelation and now look at the book of Daniel and understand what we went through in the book of Revelation. Now, we haven't even gotten to a lot of the parts that we've spoken about, but we covered Daniel chapter 2. Next time, tomorrow, we'll go through chapter 7 and chapter 8. And chapter 7 is going to be a big chapter that it's pivotal in the book of Revelation. In order to understand Revelation, you need to understand Daniel chapter 2 and Daniel chapter 7 and Daniel chapter 9 and arguably Daniel chapter 12. Like, you need to understand all of those books in order to see the book of Revelation. So hopefully you guys see those things in a more clear light. Kathy, yeah, I put it up. All of those are up on YouTube. If you click on my profile picture, if you click on my profile, you'll see a YouTube link, and I just upload these lives and I just put them up there. So they're all up there, except for Revelation chapter 4 and 5, which really makes me mad, because if you're going to go through the book of Revelation, you need to understand Revelation chapter 4 and chapter 5 to understand why I believe in a pre-tribulation rapture. And it drives me up the wall that they took it down. I don't know why they took it down, because I don't have it anymore and I can't repost it, and it's really such a bummer. I even looked through all my videos today to see if I still had it saved on my phone, but I don't. So I might have to do it all over again. So you can record your own lives. Yeah, Max, when I go live, just when anybody goes live, it records all of this, and it just saves the replays for 30 days. It used to be saved forever, and I guess they just changed it within the past month to only be saved for 30 days. So, yeah. Thanks. I'd like to watch those on Revelation. Yeah, Kathy, if you have any questions when you get to chapter 4 and 5, please reach out to me. I'd love to tell you about the kings, and because it's important to understand who the kings and priests are. I'm sure there's people in here who can explain it to you now, because you're introduced to 24 elders in chapter 24, and you don't know who they are because you don't see them anywhere in the Bible. But then when you read chapter 5, you see that the 24 elders identify themselves. Thanks, Janice. You see that the 24 elders identify themselves to be kings and priests, because that's what they sing about. They're like, hey, Jesus, you made us kings and priests. And so when you chase the thread of understanding who the kings and priests are, then you're like, well, hold on, there's a guy named Melchizedek. He was a king and priest. Jesus Christ, he's a king and priest. And then in 1 Peter chapter 2, I think verse 9, it says that the church is a royal priesthood. Royal, king, priesthood, priest, king, and priest. That's us. We are in heaven before the seals are broken, before the seals are still in Jesus' hand. He had the scroll. The scroll was not broken, or the seals were not broken yet. The seals weren't broken until chapter 6. So it's important. I just found you last week in a oh yeah, thanks, Kathy. Thank you. Yeah, Nick, are you in here? It's really neat, really neat. Yeah, there you go. You can click on that TikTok. But yeah, Kathy, reach out if you have any questions. I would love to talk to you. I'll be up all night watching these on YouTube tonight. Well, good luck, because those lives go like 5 hours long sometimes. So there's a lot there. You can fast forward. But if you're not interested in going through all of those, I tell people, if you're not interested in going through the whole thing and you just kind of want to get a feel for the book of Revelation, watch the very last video, Revelation chapter 22, because I give a very in-depth overview on the entire book, and I go through it chapter by chapter, and then I go in depth on chapter 22, which is the last book of Revelation. So if you're interested in that and you want to kind of bypass all of those things, if you're new here, you'll learn quickly that every time I go through anything, I always do a recap starting at chapter 1, and then I go all the way up to where we were. So we ended on chapter 7. So tomorrow I'll go and I'll do a recap from chapter 1 all the way through chapter 6, and then we'll dive into chapter 7, just so we can drill this kind of information into our brain, so that way it'll stick more. And I think most of the people here enjoy that kind of stuff, even though it takes a long time for me to actually get to the actual chapter that we're covering. But very neat. Timothy, no, I am not. I am not a missionary. Just a dude. Just a dude. Isaiah 17. Oh yeah, about Damascus, Mr. Bean. Yeah. You mean up for days? Yeah. Was the night of Revelation 4 and 5 the night Austin came up? Man, that better not be. I don't know. That will be a big time bummer if it was. Time of Jacob's trouble, first 3.5 years, repentance of Israel. Yeah, time of Jacob's trouble, Daniel's 70th week. Just a dude. Just a dude. I am nobody. Guys, I really, like, I know, like, I don't know how you guys look at me. I don't want you to see me in any kind of weird, kind of put me up on any kind of pedestal. Don't do that. I am nobody special. I just have a decent understanding on some things, and I am just here to try to unpack it for you, because while I do that, I'm learning a lot. I mean, I'm learning a ton, and it's good for me, and it's good for you, and it's iron sharpening iron, so it's really neat. And so that's why I always say, the way you guys could pump me up is if you guys come up here and tell me about a time when you told somebody about Jesus, because I love hearing people tell me a story about when they went up to somebody and were able to share the gospel. I don't care if they got saved, awesome, but I just want to hear somebody come up and tell me, hey, I got to tell this guy, my neighbor, about Jesus, and we talked for about 5 minutes, and I was able to explain to, like, I love hearing that. Pumps me up so much. So that's a way that you guys can do that if anybody. Yeah, absolutely, Eugene. Vlog Journey, Amazon, Pompeii is part of the mark. I think Neuralink is also part of it. Well, it's the mark. It's important to understand that the mark is not here. There's a lot of speculation. People think that the vaccine was a mark, and I got to be careful saying that word, I suppose. Don't want to get banned again, but a lot of people thought that that was the mark because of all the theories on what was going on with it and all the all that kind of stuff. But it's not. The mark of the beast is not here. In order to have the mark of the beast, you need to have the beast. And the beast is not introduced to us until, what is it, chapter 13, where well, I guess it would be chapter 11, because in chapter 11, you're introduced to the two witnesses in Revelation chapter 11, you're introduced to the two witnesses, and then they teach in front of the temple, which is the third temple that will be built. They teach in front of the third temple for 3.5 years, and at the end of their testimony, the beast that ascends out of the bottomless pit will make war against them. Actually, you can go there. Will make war against them and overcome them. So in Revelation 11, that's where that says. So that's where you're kind of introduced to. Yeah, Revelation 11, verse 7, it says, when they finish their testimony, the beast that ascends out of the bottomless pit will make war against them and overcome them and kill them. I didn't even memorize that, but we've been through it over and over again. It's funny. So the beast ascends out of the bottomless pit, and they are overcome. They are basically untouchable for 3.5 years, but then this beast, the Antichrist, will ascend out of the bottomless pit and make war with these two witnesses and overcome them. So there's a certain order of operations that need to occur first, but in Revelation 13, you're introduced to the mark of the beast. So the mark of the beast has not happened yet, because all of this stuff hasn't happened, so therefore the mark is not here. But the Neuralink and Pompeii is very interesting, and definitely something to pay attention to, because that is, if it could play a part in it. I'm not saying it is not it. I'm just saying it is not it yet. Maybe the technology that's involved with it will be used, but the mark itself is not here yet. Oh man, yeah. It sure show how fast people will be willing to take the mark if nothing else. Yeah, Kathy, 100%. I mean, yeah, Fireshine. I got to be careful on saying certain things. What does your shirt say? It says something like, does this make sense? Wait, hold on. Let me. It's one of those shirts. I don't know. Can't see. You got to read it backwards. I'm not doing it very well. Hold on. There we go. Can you see it? I don't know if you could see that or not. You had to read it backwards. Yeah, Heather. Ryan, beast or wild animal? What do you think of Elon Musk fitting the bill, though? I think Elon is a curious player on the board. As far as being the beast or the false prophet, I don't think so. I think the beast is going to be. It's very clear. When we continue reading through Daniel, it seems very apparent that the Antichrist is going to be political. He's going to have power of persuasion. He's going to be very arrogant, and he says pompous words. The word pompous words, pompous words, pompous words. Very prideful. I don't really see that very much in Elon. I think when I see Elon, I think of him as like he just kind of just makes sense, right? Like he's very logical, and he doesn't try to belittle people or try to put himself above other people. He just seems very kind of chill, right? Like he's very smart. However, all of the stuff he's bringing into play could be utilized, and I think it will be in the future for all this other stuff that we know that is coming down the pipe. As far as my opinion on the false prophet, because there's two beasts. If you read Revelation 13, you'll understand there's a first beast and then there's the second beast. The first beast is what we would dub the Antichrist. Now he has 50 other names, like the man of sin, the lawless one, the son of perdition, the prince that is to come. Like there's all kinds of other names out there, but we settle on the Antichrist. So the first beast is going to be the Antichrist. The second beast, there's two. They're a dual. They're a duality. They're a duet. The second beast is the false prophet. The whole role of the false prophet is to point right at the first beast and say, that's God right there. Go worship him. So I believe the false prophet will most likely be the Pope, if I had to guess. I could be wrong. My opinion on this doesn't matter because it's exactly what it is. It is an opinion. So don't take what I say and hate me for it or whatever. It just makes the most sense to me because the Pope is the way it's described in Revelation 17 with the purple and scarlet and the gold with the golden cup, like it's all emblematic of the Vatican. So very, very interesting. Yeah, Jessica, absolutely. Low orbit spy satellites to watch it. Yeah, Eugene, I would not be surprised. I mean, everything that we've been saying, all of this, all of our phone conversations for the past 2 decades, actually more than that, 3 decades, yeah, have been recorded. So every single text you've sent, every single word you've said, whatever you've looked up on your history on everything, it is, if they want to pull it up, they can pull it up. The data is everything. You have a guy named Yuval Noah Harari who is very, very curious to me. I think he is instrumental in bringing in this Agenda 2030, the World Economic Forum situation there, which I'm sure hopefully you guys are tracking. Is there anybody in here who has not heard of Agenda 2030? How do you prove that what you say isn't false prophesying? Hello. I'm not prophesying. I don't do that. You have not heard of it? Okay. So there is some organizations out there that you need to look into because this is important to understand for the signs of the times. We need to always be watchful and ready. And when you understand how close we truly are to the rapture, it should light a fire underneath you and basically cause you to clean up your house, like your temple. You need to, if you believe that the rapture is imminent, you should be living that way. But when you research the World Economic Forum and the World Health Organization, and you understand the players behind that, you'll learn that they are They are the unelected world leaders in the world. We never elected them into power, but somehow, some way, they are calling the shots behind the scenes. And they are pushing an agenda, which is called Agenda 2030. And their slogan is, "You will own nothing and be happy." So that is why you are seeing a lot of the things that we are seeing in our world today. And so when you understand the way the world is turning out right now, and you understand it through a biblical point of view, like if you have glasses on and you look through them and you're like, these are Bible glasses, and you're like, oh, okay, like now it all makes sense because you're looking at it through a biblical point of view. Now I understand why lawlessness is running rampant. Now I understand why good is evil and evil is good. Now I understand, because all of the Bible says that all this stuff is going to happen. But the World Economic Forum is the the man behind the curtain, in a sense. Yeah, eat the bugs. But there's a guy there within that organization. The main guy, his name is Klaus Schwab, and then the right-hand man of Klaus Schwab is Yuval Noah Harari. And he hates God. He's an atheist, and he is everything anti-God. And he comes out, there's all kinds of videos. If you just look him up and do some research on him, you're going to be blown away. But he has come out many, many times and said that humans, you and I, are now hackable animals. We can be hacked. According to him, we can be hacked. And if we can be hacked, then it brings Revelation, the book of Revelation, into a whole different light, because the Bible says that there is going to be a mark of the beast, and you cannot buy or sell unless you have this mark of the beast. And even if you are not religious or anything like that, everybody in the world has heard of 666, right? Like, come on. Everybody knows that 666 is not associated with anything good. But the question that I want to ask you is, let's rewind 100 years ago. How in the world could anybody, whether you're the king of the world or not, prevent anybody on the other side of the world from buying or selling without getting the mark? 100 years ago, how could that apply? It couldn't apply. But now it does, because we have technology. Now they can control you by turning off whatever they want to. I mean, all of your money in your bank account, they're dashes and dots, like ones and zeros, right? Like, that's all it is. And so if they want to turn it off, they can turn it off. And so that's what I'm saying. You're seeing the trend going towards a digital currency. And there's all these central banking digital currencies that are a talk of the town, CBDCs. You've got the environmental social government score, like ESGs. You're seeing that being forced. You're seeing digital identities, digital passports. You're seeing all of this stuff, digital. And when we go away from cash, which is where we're going, because we are now reaching the point of 33, we're coming close to $34 trillion, and we were at 33 trillion. And we reached 33.5 trillion within about 20 days. Just so you know, we went up $500 billion within a little under 20 days, actually. So you're seeing the dollar go up and up and up and up, and like we're in debt that we're never going to be able to get out of. And so the dollar has to fall. And when you understand that when the dollar goes away and we go digital, man, we're done. We are controlled, because then they can control whether you buy or sell. Because now if I want to give you $100 bill, it's not worth anything, because they said it's not worth anything. And so that's why it's important to understand the signs of the times. I think the Bible predicts the financial system collapsing that'll bring in digital currency. Josiah preaches. Yeah, come on up. Just please be respectful. You can come on up for a couple minutes. Thanks.
Josiah preaches. Hello?
What's up, man? How are you?
Good, how about you?
Oh, I'm doing well.
Can I turn on my camera?
I don't know.
Dang, you need to have live access.
Yeah. Yeah, Kay, I think you're right. I think that is going on over in China right now. Absolutely. What's up, though, man?
What's up, man? How you doing?
Doing well. Saw you requested to come on up. What you got for me?
I don't know. I'm just thinking right now. Thinking about God. This Israeli stuff. Did you hear that Hamas is like hearing to gather like the people to the north of Israel tomorrow in the Gaza, and Israel evacuated 1.1 million people, and they're going to attack the northern part of Israel.
I have not heard that. I know that all that I know they're on at least a three front war right now. I didn't read too much up on it today because of other reasons, but yeah, there's all kinds of stuff going on, man. I've heard some stuff going on. There's Iranian officials that are in Syria. I saw that Israel bombed Damascus airports, which is nothing
Yeah.
unusual, but I do think it's interesting to remember that Damascus is going to be utterly destroyed from Isaiah 17.
And what
Um,
they were saying is they were bringing in guns through the airport, which is would make it seem because Israel just so U.S. just made a plea today to Israel to count against the people who, like all the innocent lives that are getting taken, like so innocent casualties don't happen, and Israel said they won't care whatever needs to be to happen. So they're not caring about Palestinian casualties, which means the destruction of the Damascus airport is more plausible because of that they might just nuke it, bomb it fully.
it's interesting, right?
Yeah, the way things are getting just set up perfectly right now.
Hey,
Every,
let me ask you, what's your name, Josiah?
yep,
Are you do you mind if I ask you how you can know for sure you can get to heaven?
gotta accept Jesus as your Lord and Savior. I was just having a buddy. I just posted a TikTok about this tonight, but I think the main point in life is to learn the the reason we know about this good and evil is obviously to know about the free will and the path in life of what we want to choose. If we want to choose light or darkness, death or life, if we want to have the ultimate choosing to be death and have nothing, or to have everything through Christ, and He gave it all for us. But it's to have oneness with God and to become one with the Father and walk in the same glory with that Jesus did here on this earth, that He walked in with here and with the Father, and to pray without ceasing and accept Jesus our Lord and Savior and walk in relationship with Him.
You you just went all over the place there.
I know, I
Can-
just went everywhere there.
yeah. So if you were gonna tell me, pretend like I have never heard the Bible before,
Mm-hmm.
and explain it to me like how I would if I was like a 7-year-old. What would you tell me on how I can know for sure I could get to heaven?
I would say that I would count you by what you have done wrong in your life and count you by the 10 Commandments. Have you lied? Have you stolen? And would say that are you guilty and what do you deserve hell? And everybody deserves hell. We have all fallen short from God's glory and have all done wrong and trespassed against Him and disobeyed against what He wants for our lives. So to tell them that we have all disobeyed, we've all fallen short, but all God wants for us is that His grace is so abundant over what we have done, and His mercy is so alive that He wants to have a relationship with us, and His love is so overabundant that it surpasses everything that we already did or anything bad that we've done in our life. And
Okay.
just to learn about love.
Okay. I don't mean to put you on the spot. I just like to know where people are at, and to kind of
Yeah, I don't
check
know.
their
I didn't word that the best. It's like 11:48. I'm kind of tired, but
I got you, man. I don't mean to put you on there. Yeah, it's all about just to reiterate, hopefully what you're saying. It's all about what Jesus did on the cross. It's all about Him, what He did, and it's nothing I can earn, right? That's pretty
nothing.
much what you're saying?
We can't earn anything. It's all
Okay.
about what He did.
Okay. Yeah, I kind of figured that that's what you're getting at. I'm sorry. I don't mean to, like I said, don't mean to put you on the spot.
You're
But
good.
that's cool, man. Your name is, I can only see a little bit. It says Josiah Preach. Is it Josiah
Josiah Preaches.
Preaches?
Yeah,
How old are you?
I'm 18.
18? Cool. Are you wanting to be a preacher, or what's the reason behind your name?
I've been preaching since I was like 14. Ever since COVID started, I became Christian. I was born Catholic. I was like an altar boy for like the longest time ever. And I was like setting up the Eucharist, helping out the priest. I was doing all that. And then it was like around 7th grade, I was like questioning a lot and I really didn't like it. I didn't feel no connection to God or any spirituality. And I left, and it was like 7th grade through 9th grade. I was really kind of like, I was just playing like the atheist role. I was going around smoking, partying, all this stuff through around that time. And then when COVID hit in my 9th grade, we got put in all online, and that was like in March of 2021. And during that like first 3 months from like March to around June, I was like very lost, and I was just like, I looked in a lot of New Age. I astral projected. I was like doing a lot of that bad stuff, and then eventually I was just like kind of sad, very suicidal and depressed, and I just wanted to search for truth at its maximum, and just like was very skeptical. I wanted to know all the outs, so I went on Discord and I met some buddies. I was looking through a bunch of conspiracy theories, and I was like everything that was going on. That's what kind of got me invoked in. I'm like, the COVID's off. There's something that's wrong about it. It's like it's a setup for something that's going to be greater. And so I kept questioning, and I looked at a lot of stuff, Like I was looking at the flat Earth. I was looking all certain sort of stuff that like I don't know, just to look for its truth at its maximum. And God really found me in that place of just like confusion and stuff, and just gave me a lot of peace. And I accepted it on the spot around July 23rd of 2021, and then I've been like street preaching ever since, like since like these 4 years. This man, have a good night.
Well, cool, man.
Good day at work tomorrow.
Yeah.
Well, that's pretty cool. Keep it up. That's what we need to be doing. That's the only thing that really matters. When you boil it down to as simply as you possibly can, it is all about what you do for Him and nothing else. So good for you, man.
Yeah, definitely. What do you what do you think about like all this Israel stuff going on? Do you think it's like we're almost at Daniel's 70th week?
Was that a hiccup?
Yeah, hiccup.
Yeah, I think we are. I always tell people that I think we could see the rapture in my lifetime. I'm never going to put a date on anything because we're not supposed to do that, but I think we'll see the rapture in my lifetime. So that's what I've always said, and I'm sticking to it just because I see the writing on the wall and I see the world in a certain light, and I'm trying to pay attention as best I can, and I mess up and I'm not perfect, but from what I see and from what I'm tracking with everything, and a lot of people are tracking the same stuff, I just see the technology is there. The third temple can be built right now. They have all the gear to do it right now. They just need to be given the green light to do it.
And if this attack happens tomorrow and they destroy the north part, like the Dome of the Rock, then they can make the placement for the third temple there.
That's true. It's interesting, right?
Mm-hmm.
But people will say that this is all just random.
Yeah.
I don't get it, man. I don't get it.
A north attack on Israel tomorrow. And then that's on the 13th. You got an eclipse right after, the day after, and they're shooting rockets into the eclipse. And the fact Israel became a nation 80 years ago, 1948, whatever, a generation Bible, 70 years. God says has a perfect plan for all of human creation. But I'm a young Earth creationist. I don't believe the Earth was, or like the universe is like 14 billion years old. Because I am a flat earther now. But like I believe Earth was created in 7 days, 7,000 years of full human creation, and that we're now at that 6,000 years until the 1,000-year millennial reign, and we're almost at the coming of Daniel 70th week.
Okay. Well, I would advise not to get too caught up on the flat Earth thing. There's no point, honestly. I mean, it's just a distraction, in my opinion. Like just like the Nephilim, people like getting lost in that, or the Book of Enoch, people get lost in that. And I'm just like over here, like let's talk about Jesus, right? Like it's all about Jesus. Bring it back to Him. Focus on Him. Try not to get lost. Don't create any division, on if somebody disagrees with you on if the Earth is flat or spherical. Like, there's no point in that. But it's all about if you can just guide, because you have the ability. You're knowledgeable. I can tell just by talking to you. You have the knowledge to guide it back and bring every conversation back to Jesus. Because a lot of people don't like talking about Jesus because they feel like they already know. Like, yeah, I get it. I understand that's what He did. Yeah, He died for me. Blah blah blah. No, it's not blah blah blah. It is. The God of the universe did what? He died for me? What? Like, unbelievable. Like, you can talk about the other things and stuff, but I'm just saying don't get lost in it.
I agree. And that's what a lot of people do is they get lost in it, and then it brings in around a round of fear toward it, and they become like, let's say people become like a lot of they look for dates of when the rapture is going to be, and then you got like people on YouTube and they're constantly posting rapture dates, and you got that Christian community. So people are very highly like skeptical and like they sorry, I'm confusing my words up. Like well, yeah, a lot of people they put a lot of fear in like a bunch of like I don't know. I can't think of the word right now, but I don't know. I think the more that we get brought around through the truth, that the more that we're going to be coming aligned like with the truth of God. That Satan is the god of this world, if it's described in 2 Corinthians 4:4. So he's going to do any means necessary to try and deceive us, all means possible. So I think the more we look into everything, because if we seek the truth earnestly, Jesus Christ, he is the truth, and we seek all ends of it, he's going to lead us toward all ends of it, despise what anything on the contrary of getting called crazy or the backlash we're going to have to introduce into our lives of now getting this wisdom that we're going to be asking from God. But the more that we're going to get in line with truth, like people are like the shift between like, let's say flat earth, like now getting bigger is like, it's very spotted in the Bible of flat earth being there. I think that's a note that we really need to put down, because like even the describing of the Hebrews back in the time, the concept of the round earth wasn't even created until by a priest in like 700 AD. So, or like a pope. So the idea of Hebrews and all the people back 2,000 years ago, they all believed the earth was flat anyway. And that, you know, that the earth is shaped like a clay to a seal, that's described in Ezekiel, that the firmament, Genesis 1:6-7. The more we get aligned and get one with the truth, because I see a lot of people that like bring around that argument of saying like we need to put flat earth to the side because that's not the main point. And I agree with that. I think like we meet somebody new, like a stranger, I'm not going to go and talk to them about flat earth to bring them to Jesus. I'm going to talk about them to Jesus to bring them to Jesus. And you know,
Yeah.
God will use me. But I think we need to have very big needs on looking into like diverse topics, even if they're controversial, such as the flat earth, because it's very put there in the Bible. Like unmistakably, there's so many verses that correlate to the idea of it. And if people are more awakened by the idea of the flat earth and then seeing it and correlating within our own reality and observing it, then we're going to be like, oh, this is obvious. Like God becomes more apparent, faith more alive. The more we search more truth and deny ourselves and pick up the cross and whatever we hear, more we get called crazy, the more you're going to know that you're getting closer to truth.
Yeah, build upon your knowledge, but make sure you don't lose the focus, and it's all about Jesus. No matter what, bring him back into it and help them come to him. Hey man, I appreciate you coming up here. Amber's asking to come up here, and I'm gonna bring her on up. But I appreciate you, man. It's
Course,
encouraging. It's encouraging hearing you have all that kind of information just rolling off the tongue simply, or easily. That's good to hear. That's good for me to hear. So I appreciate that.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Sometimes I feel like I'm like, I keep slipping up on my words.
It's all good, man. Well, I appreciate you, man. I'll talk to you later.
All right, God bless.
See ya. That was cool. I'm going to put you guys on pause for 30 seconds. Hold on 1 second. All right. Katarina. Thank you. Amber.
Hello.
Hello.
I fell
How are you?
asleep again right after right after Darius threw the family in, but that's okay. Hopefully at some point in the next month it'll be on YouTube.
Oh,
No
it's gonna
pressure.
be it's gonna be up there. I'm telling you, it'll be up there by this weekend. All at least Daniel 1, 2, and probably 3 and 4. I'll be working on it. it takes me hours to get up there. I have no idea why. It's probably because these videos are like 3, 4, 5 hours long, so it takes a long time for these things to upload.
I figured I'd start with one of the stories you like. So I was talking to my daughter's aunt, and I always talk about God. So I'm always talking about God, always talking about the Bible. And she had said something. She wanted to do something, but she's like, but I want to wait until after and get my mind right with God first. I was like, wait, no, 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 you need to stop that because when was the last time that you got clean to take a shower? Like, you don't do that. So that's the devil right now talking to you not to get into the word because he doesn't want you to read it. So let me tell you. And so I told her about Rahab. I was like, dude, she was a harlot, like she was a harlot, and a harlot's a prostitute. So I was like, she was a harlot and she was a Gentile woman and she's in Jesus's bloodline. And, I just went on. And so she was like, oh my gosh, I thank you so much. And so, she got into the word and I wanted to tell you those are your stories that you love. So I have to tell you about encouraging people in the Lord. Oh gosh, it makes me so happy. But I wanted to thank you because the whole reason started when she's like, what have you learned? And I was like, let me tell you, there's this guy. His name is Ryan. And okay, so I was trying to tell her how I knew that for a fact in my, with that, 0.1% chance about the pre-tribulation. Now, thanks to you, I can explain why about the kings and priests. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But, I was trying to explain it to her and I just kept going into different Bibles and different, keep telling her the gospel. I don't know how many times I told her the gospel in that time, even though I've already told her the gospel. But I ended up going into we ended up on the phone for 3 hours until I finally was trying to tell her about the reason why I believe it. And then she got a phone call. And then I was watching a replay. I don't know what it is. One of your replays, and it was at 17 minutes and 4 seconds. I know this because she called me, and it was right after you did a recap of the kings and priests, and her name's Molly. I was like, Molly, oh my gosh, you're not gonna believe this. This is God right here, because I was wanting to tell you about the kings and priests, and I forgot about Revelation. Was it 1:4 when okay, but I had told her about First Peter, I had told her about Melchizedek, and I had told her about Jesus. But you had just in that 1704 time period recap, you had just explained it. And I was like, "This is it. Let me read it to you." It was it was so amazing, and I know you're doing it so that we can know about God, and you're doing it all about John 3:30, which is another verse I just decided to memorize, which is he must increase and I must decrease. And I know you're doing it for that, but I had to thank you because I'm obsessed with this book. You've heard me several times. I'm literally obsessed with this Bible. It's my favorite 66 books ever.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, but I just thank you. I'm gonna go to sleep because I fell asleep and then I woke up again and you were done and I was like, oh no! It was the last few verses.
You didn't miss anything. It was really quite boring. We did not have fun at all. I did not enjoy it.
Yeah, I'm sure.
It was really good. I enjoyed it. I got a lot out of it, so hopefully everybody else did too.
Whoa. Oh, you have a great night. Thank you so much. God bless you and your family. Have a great night, y'all.
Thanks. See ya. Oh man, that was fun. That was awesome. She said Revelation 1:4. I think she meant Revelation 1:6 if she was talking about kings and priests, if I remember correctly. But I knew what you were talking about, Amber, if you're still here. I think it's Revelation 1:6. But I'm so thankful for Bible studies that are available on TikTok to have fellowship. No kidding, Eugene. It is unbelievable. Can you imagine all of us just hanging out inside the same room, just doing this kind of stuff? It would get chaotic, but somehow this just makes sense. And, you're going at your own speed, and it's really neat. But also it'd be really neat if it was in person as well. Pre-trib gang, what's up? Yeah, no kidding, man. 100%. Love this, right? This is amazing. Well, I really appreciate both of them coming up here. Josiah, and Amber coming up. Man, super neat. Connecting people. Technology is amazing. There's a verse we're going to come to here. Was it? Maybe it's 11, chapter 11 or 12. I can't remember. But knowledge shall increase is the idea of it. And the way I interpret it myself, that verse is like people think it's like information, like regarding anything, knowledge will increase. But the way I kind of look at it is that it's more regarding more geared towards knowledge about the Bible, and there's so much being revealed about the Bible, it is unbelievable. And so when you read that verse and you put it with the scope of just it referring towards the Bible, and that it's referring about the knowledge of the Bible will increase, you're seeing that on a massive scale because of the availability and the communication that you and I have right now. Like, you're learning because of this, like I'm learning because of this, like we're all learning things that we never would have been able to put together on our own, and we're all learning it. It's being passed down to us, and we're passing it down, and we're passing it down, they're passing it down, we're all passing it down. Like, this is nothing new. Ancient words, ever true, changing me and changing you. This stuff is unbelievable. But this is the kind of stuff that I just love seeing. So Ryan, consider a Zoom call at the end of Daniel. Oh no. We are chosen for a time such as this. Absolutely, Lauren. We are here for a reason. Grown up version of VBS. I love that. Have you guys ever heard of Discord? I was throwing around the idea of starting a Discord, but if you guys aren't really familiar with it, then I probably won't do it. I was actually thinking about putting out a poll, and I just keep forgetting about it, so that's why it hasn't been done yet. But Discord, Ryan, hi, good morning. I just got up. Good morning. But there's an app out there. It's called Discord, and it's basically like everybody can join a certain a certain group, and then we all just can have an open chat just like this, and it just keeps on continuing. And it also gives you the option to have voice chat, so we could all join a room, and then we could all have we could all talk. So I was thinking about making one of those if anybody was interested. I'll reinstall. Francesca, yes. Okay. Speedo Army. Uh-oh. You are such a good teacher. Oh, man. I'll join. Yep. I would love that. Yes, please. I would love that. That would be neat. Okay. Yeah, I'll look into it. I don't really know how to set it all up, so it might take me a second. Sign me up. I'd be interested. Okay. No, I don't have Discord. I was talking GuardPoint. I don't have it. I was just thinking about doing it, and if anybody was interested, maybe it would be fun, because then that way we could all have conversations. We could throw ideas off of one another and say, hey, what do you think about this? What do you think about this? Answers can be posed in a lobby, and then we could all chime in and talk about it and this and that. And, it would be what we're doing right now, but on a different, it's a free app, it's nothing that anybody would have to pay for. I wouldn't do any of that kind of stuff, but it would give everybody the availability, or the option at least, to join into a room where we could all have voice conversations. So it'd be interesting to do that kind of stuff. That would be fun. Would like to try. Yeah. Sounds like a good idea. I love discussing the word and fellowship it creates. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. I think it would be kind of fun. So we'll see. Maybe here sometime. Please tell us why you believe in pre-trib. In a nutshell, user 8166. In a nutshell, I believe in a pre-trib rapture because in the book of Revelation, if you go to chapter 4 and 5, you will be introduced to 24 elders, and then you will see in chapter 5 of Revelation that the 24 elders identify themselves to be kings and priests. And when you chase down the people who are called kings and priests throughout the entire Bible, you'll only find three people. One is Melchizedek. He is a king and priest. You find him. He's introduced in the book of Genesis, and then he's also in the book of Psalms and also in the book of Hebrews. But he's also brought into play in a roundabout way in the book of Revelation, because kings and priests is brought up. So kings and priests, Melchizedek, Jesus Christ is a king and priest, and the church, as mentioned in 1 Peter chapter 2, I think, or yeah, 1 Peter 2:9 maybe, were referred to as a royal priesthood. So the whole point in the picture there in chapter 5 of Revelation is that you see Jesus go to God the Father and take the scroll. So Jesus is holding the scroll, and then the 24 elders fall down and they sing this new song, and they identify themselves as kings and priests. So the 24 elders, nobody knows who they are, but then in chapter 5 they're introducing themselves again in a different way by saying that they are kings and priests. And so when you understand that the three people that are kings and priests are Melchizedek, Jesus Christ, and the church, or the bride, the church is in heaven before the seals are broken. Jesus is still holding on the scroll while the 24 elders are singing. So they're in heaven before the seals are broken. The seals aren't broken until chapter 6. And then after so in chapters 2 and chapters 3, that is where the church is talked about the entire time. But after chapter 3, verse 22, the church is no longer mentioned all the way until it's brought back into play at the end of the book, where it's reintroduced as the wife. And so that is important to understand. So that's what I believe. It's okay if you believe something different. I'm not trying to convince you, but this is what I believe. What is the scroll? The scroll is representative of the title deed to the earth. When Adam and Eve were created, they essentially were given the title deed to the earth because they owned it. Like, it was their domain. But then when sin entered the earth, they forfeited the title deed to the earth. And so that's why Jesus had to come. He died on the cross. He paid it in full. And then in Revelation chapter 5, you see John weeping, sobbing uncontrollably because they searched in heaven, on the earth, and under the earth for anybody who was worthy to take that scroll from the Father's hand. But John said no one was found worthy. But then one of the elders taps him on the shoulder and says, hey, don't worry about it. There is one, the Lion of the tribe of Judah, the Root of David, which is all titles of a Jewish type of a Jewishness vibe to it all, which brings back the whole the time of Jacob's trouble, the Daniel 70th week. It's all about Israel during that time, because the church is taken up. The church was basically here to provoke them to jealousy, and so it's just really neat to see that kind of stuff. Anyways, that's a roundabout way of painting that picture that I believe will be in heaven before the tribulation begins. What is the scroll? Title deed to the earth. I forgot that's what we were talking about. The perfect lamb, absolutely. Oh, man. Absolutely. But why say 24 and not all kings and priests? I'm just confused on that part. Yeah, that's a good question, Autumn. The 24, if you go back to 2 Chronicles chapter 24, I think it's 2 Chronicles chapter 24 or 1 Chronicles 24, one of those, you are basically given a lot of insight on how King David was never allowed to build the temple. King David basically paid the bill for his son Solomon to build the temple. So Solomon actually ended up building the temple. But what David did was he was able to make a whole bunch of the rules and stuff like that. And like, hey, you guys do this, you guys do this, you guys do this. And so that's what he sets in motion. So when you read 1 Chronicles or 2 Chronicles chapter 24, you'll see that all of the priests are given their roles within the temple because it was a new thing. And they would be in there and they would each have a role, and one priest would be in there at a time for 24 hours, and then another one would come out, and then the new priest would go in, then that priest would come out, then the new priest would go in. But it was all a picture of a revolving door, essentially. So the 24 elders are representing you and I going before the Lord, praising him, and then we cycle out. 24 go in, they do it, they come out, new ones go in, they come out. It's a revolving door of saints just constantly going before the Lord. And his throne is his throne is here, and surrounding his throne are 24 thrones, and you and I go before him. We throw our crowns before his feet, and it's unbelievable. And it's like, man, I hope I have crowns. I want you guys to have crowns. Like, I don't want to show up empty-handed because I want to have crowns to throw at his feet. Like, these are for you. Like, I mean, like, that is so cool of a picture. But yeah, that's the whole point. It all goes back to the Old Testament. Everything in the book of Revelation, pretty much, you need to understand the Old Testament in order to understand the New Testament. There's a saying out there that says, the New Testament is in the Old Testament concealed, but the Old Testament is in the New Testament revealed. And if you think about that, it makes a whole lot of sense. Also, how is it possible Eve was made from a rib when women birth human beings through their wombs? Yeah, that's an interesting question. This was the time that they were created. So God, I mean, he spoke them into existence, right? I don't know. How do you have crowns? We're given crowns for furthering the kingdom. There's a crown. Crowns are given for pastors, people who are called to be pastors. There's other crowns. I haven't really done a complete study on all the crowns that you can get, but there's crowns mentioned all the way throughout them. In Revelation 3, to the Church of Philadelphia, Jesus is writing to the Church of Philadelphia, and he says, hold fast so that you do not lose your crowns. And what the crown is representing there in chapter 3, it's not saying that you're going to lose your salvation. It's your crown that you are doing. What that means is, as you go about your day-to-day walk, if you are doing what you should be doing and furthering the kingdom and living for the Lord and being Christ-like, like, you're gaining crowns by doing that. But if you're a Christian and you just dive into the mud puddle and you just live there and you're just doing things that you shouldn't be doing, you can lose those crowns. That's the idea that we're given, at least. So that's what that means. Oh, wow, that's so amazing. Yeah, Autumn. Hopefully that explained it for you a little bit. Not to mention that Jesus said the gates of Hades will not prevail against the church. Yeah, Amber, we talked about that, but in Revelation 13, yeah, the gates of Hades, a lot of people think that was the other reason why I believe in a pre-trib, because if you read Daniel chapter 7, and we'll get there tomorrow, but in Daniel chapter 7, the Antichrist is clearly prevailing against the saints. And if you've been here for the book of Revelation, you probably already know what I'm talking about here, but in the book of Daniel chapter 7, it says that the Antichrist is going to prevail against the saints. And that's crazy, because you're like, wait a second, I'm a saint. But you need to understand the different categories. You have Old Testament saints, you have us, the church saints, you have tribulation saints, the ones that were killed, and then you have tribulation saints, the ones that make it all the way through without dying. So there's different categories, but we are all saints. But the church, the bride, is in a whole different category than the saints that is referred to in Daniel chapter 7. Because during the tribulation, the Antichrist is going to prevail against the saints that are left on the earth. He's going to be able to overcome them. But when you understand that that's referring to the tribulation saints, and not you and I as the bride or the church, because in Matthew, oh man, Matthew 7? That's going to bug me. Hold, please. What is it? Because in, Matthew 16. So if you go to Matthew 16, in Matthew 16, verse 18, it says, this is Jesus talking. It says, and I also say to you, and I also say to you that you are Peter, and on this rock I will build my church. So he's talking about the church here. And the gates of Hades shall not prevail against it. So it's important to make the distinction between the tribulation, Satan's going to prevail, but here Jesus is saying the gates of Hades shall not prevail against the church. So there's two different things. He's going to prevail against one, but he's not going to prevail against the other. So that's another reason why I believe in a pre-tribulation viewpoint, if that makes sense. I miss Bob. I feel that. I feel it. Feel it. See, I learned a thing. 20. Amber, go to sleep. Oh, man. Thank you for explaining. Yeah, hopefully that makes sense. I surely hope that pre-trib is correct. I just had a baby, and I pray that she doesn't suffer. Yeah, I believe the children, he's a perfect and just God, and I think kids of a certain understanding or level. It's going to be a situation dependent kind of situation, but I think children will be taken up. Um, do you believe we have to go to church or miss the rapture? What do you mean, Crystal? Hi, Blondie. Hello. Do you believe we have to go to church or miss the rapture? I don't know. Good night, Kat. Have a good night. Thanks for being here. Best explanation I've ever heard for pre-trib. Pretty neat, right? Hi from Michigan. Hello, Ray. Hello from your nemesis here in Ohio. It's okay. I don't really care about football. Amen. He's a just God. Just, perfectly merciful. But yeah, I don't know if anybody else is in here who has any questions or anything like that. I mean, hit me up. I mean, this is how I learn. I learn from hearing stuff. If you guys have anything that you've stumbled upon or anything like that. Now, I'm not going to say I'm going to know the answer, but if you guys do have any questions, feel free to shoot me a message or ask right here. But also, if you guys have any messages or questions throughout your week, feel free to shoot me a message, just a direct message, because I talk to people all the time, and I love, because when you guys ask me something, it really challenges me to stay sharp. And so you asking me, even though you feel like it might be like a weird thing for you to do, it's actually sharpening me, and I appreciate that. And so hopefully iron sharpens iron type of thing, if that makes sense. Love the information, brother. Yeah, thanks, Angel. I appreciate that. Hopefully it's sinking in your guys' brains as well. Can you talk about what is happening now with the war going on according to the scripture? Hey, Keel. It's really interesting. It's hard to really understand what is happening right now. Pay attention to it is what I'll say. And if you were here before, when we first started the book of Revelation, like 2 months ago, I told you guys, like, there's so much stuff going on in the world, but I said to pay attention to Israel. I said, watch Israel, keep your eyes on. If you're going to pay attention to anything in the world globally, watch Israel. And then right when we finished the book of Revelation, we started Daniel, and boom, while we were talking, having a live like this, the whole Israel thing started popping off, and it was unbelievable. And so it's always important to first off understand that there's a ton of propaganda going on. So don't believe everything you hear. There's a war for your mind right now. People are coming for your thoughts and your mind. You are being influenced on every single level, and we're being fed a lot of bad mixed with some truth. And so just keep that in mind when you stumble upon some TikToks, and just understand that it's not all truth. Try to also understand that whenever you see a headline, give it 24 to 48 hours before you really let it sink in, because it might not be true. That's just a good rule of thumb. But as far as what's going on, it's difficult to tell. Do I think it's Ezekiel 38 or 39 war? No, I don't. Do I think it's the Battle of Armageddon? No, I don't, because that comes at the second coming of Christ, and there's a lot that needs to happen to get to that point. There's Psalm 83. There's all kinds of different wars that people are theorizing this could be, and I don't know if it's any one of them. I believe that there's two different camps out there. There's for the Ezekiel 38-39 war, because that's something that people like to really talk about. But the reason why I don't believe myself, okay, so there's a camp out there where people think that the Ezekiel 38 and 39 war, there are people out there who believe that it is going to happen during the Battle of Armageddon, and it's like one and the same. And then there are people who believe that it's going to happen before the tribulation. But both camps, both of those scholars, both of those types of people who have done a ton of studying on it, both of those people believe that it's going to happen after the rapture. Now, is that true? Maybe it's not true. I don't know the answer to that. But what I do think is that I personally believe that it is going to happen after the rapture. If I had to put my flag down and say something like that, I would say that it's probably going to happen after the rapture. The reason is because if you read into it in Ezekiel, I want to say 39. Let's go there. So I don't have to guess on what it's saying. In Ezekiel 39, verse 6, and this is just an interpretation, so take it as a grain of salt, because you need to understand that this is very, very in-depth kind of stuff, and it's, nobody really knows. That's what I need you to understand. This is all we're guessing here. And that's, if anybody says that they are 100% sure, just look at them and be like, are you though? But Ezekiel 39, verse 6, it says, "And I will send fire on Magog and on those who live in security in the coastlands. Then they shall know that I am the Lord." So Ezekiel 39, verse 6 talks about, this is God talking. And the reason why I personally believe that this is going to happen after the rapture. Now, mind you, I've done a very surface level kind of dive on this. I haven't really dove into it super deep yet. So take this. This is subject to change, but for where I'm at right now, Ezekiel 39, verse 6, God is saying that he is going to send fire on Magog, which is known to be Russia, Gog and Magog. But the reason why I think this is going to happen after the rapture is because it says, "And I will send fire," meaning fire and brimstone, right? It's almost like fire coming down from heaven. And so when he says, this is God speaking, God is saying, "I will send fire on Magog." If you and I see that in our world today before the rapture, we're going to be like, okay, God's real. But it's going to be a completely different world after the rapture occurs. And so that's why I believe it's going to happen after the rapture, because if you understand all of the crazy things that are going to happen during the tribulation, there's going to be an angel up in heaven preaching the gospel to the everlasting God. There's going to be Nephilim running, or the demonic entities released from the bottomless pit coming out like locusts. They're going to, the people of the earth dwellers, are going to be seeing things that they've never seen before in their entire life. And so for them to see fire coming down from heaven is almost just another thing that they're going to just be like, okay, what else is going to happen? Like, what else, and so that's why I believe it's going to happen after the rapture. I don't know if that makes sense to you guys at all, but that's just where I'm at on it. Oh, it took me forever to get through Ezekiel. Maybe a next book. Oh, no. I thought you were in bed. Get out of here, Amber. I'm just messing with you. Yes. Okay, well, if that makes sense, then good. Who's Gog and Magog? Is it China and Russia, or is it the demons? Gog and Magog. So this is okay. Again, this is a thought. Underline, circle that. But when you see Gog in Amos chapter 7 verse 1, if you read Amos chapter 7 verse 1, write that down on your hand or something, and then go look up that verse in the Greek or the Septuagint. Go look up Amos 7 verse 1. Read it in your English version, and then go look it up in the Greek Septuagint version. The Septuagint just means, it's a fancy way of saying 70 in the Greek. There's like 72 scholars. But if you go and read Amos chapter 7:1, you're going to be introduced to a guy named Gog the king. And so that's very interesting, because he's introduced in Amos, he's introduced in Ezekiel, but there's no backstory on this guy. Like, normally whenever you're introduced to somebody, there's always backstory on the person somewhere in the Bible. But when you get to this guy, Gog and Magog, you don't really have any. They just came out of nowhere. They were like, what do I have to like, where do I find this guy? What do I have to research? I don't know. So you can only do so much. But when you look at Gog the king, and you understand that he was in Amos, and then you see that he's also in the book of Revelation at the end of the tribulation, like, or in the middle of the tribulation, you're introduced to a guy named Abaddon, Apollyon. Like, he is the king of these demonic locusts that come out of the bottomless pit. And you understand that he is the king of these locusts. And then you understand that the Gog the king in Amos chapter 7:1, you're like, wait, he's still alive. So it makes you think, at least in some kind of context, is that this could be a demonic king. But Magog, in general, most people come to the conclusion that Magog is going to be Russia. So Gog, no matter how you look at it, is going to be a person. It's either going to be a human or it's going to be a demonic king. And then Magog, almost everybody agrees that that's going to be Russia. And it's really interesting because when you start paying attention to what's going on in the world right now, you have little itty bitty Israel right here, and they're getting attacked by all these proxies that are being funded by Iran. Well, where's Iran getting all their crap from? They're getting all their crap from Russia. Russia's helping Iran. Iran is helping Hezbollah. They're helping Hamas. They're helping Fatah. They're helping all of these people to go against Israel. And now you're seeing America start showing up. But the difference between, it's important to understand that it appears like right now America is helping Israel. And during the Ezekiel wars, it doesn't seem like anybody's going to come to their help, to come to their aid. There's some different interpretations on some of those things, but right now we are helping, and during this time, it seems like nobody's going to help them. And then it says, because God, again, Ezekiel 39:6, God says, I will send fire on Magog. I mean, if God's going to be doing that, then that's crazy. Now, some people think that the fire is going to be missiles, and like some think it's going to be all these other things, which it could be. Or it could be a mixture of nukes and fire from heaven. I don't really know, but I do think nuclear weapons will be involved, because it says that there's going to be 7 months where people can't go in the land, and then after 7 months there's going to be 7 months of like cleanup, and then after 7 months of cleanup they're going to bury all of these dead people in the Dead Sea, and they're going to hire professionals, and then when people travel across that land they're going to have to mark a territory where they find some remains and stuff like that. Like, it's this whole crazy thing, and you're just reading this and you're like, what the heck did I just read? So there's a whole bunch of stuff in there, and I'm probably making you more confused than what you were before, but hopefully this is not that confusing. I'm not here to talk about Ezekiel 38 and 39. We're here to talk about Daniel. Yep, you got it right. Why didn't Jesus marry? It's not what he came to do. I don't know. That's not that would break the picture of what he was trying to. It's all about the picture. It's important to understand the picture of everything. There is a certain picture that he has that he wants to paint in almost every case. And when you even look at marriage, like a man and a woman, right? Like, if you're struggling with your wife or you're struggling with your husband and you're like, hey, I kind of want to get a divorce, you need to understand the picture. If you are a Christian, you need to understand the picture. Because it's interesting when you look into like Ephesians 5, right? Like, if you go and you read Ephesians 5, wives, submit yourselves, husband, love your wives, like all of that kind of stuff. Like, if you read that picture and you paint a picture in your mind, you're almost seeing that it's not like it doesn't, it's a command, and it's taking your emotions out of it almost. It's like, husbands, love your wives. Wives, submit to your husbands. Like, I don't care what you feel. Like, I don't care about your emotions. It's about the picture that God wants to paint here. You, as a Christian, if you are a Christian, which I hope you are here to be a living motion picture, right? Like, you go to the movies and you turn it on and you're like, oh, let's watch this motion picture, right? Do you not understand that you and your wife or you and your husband are a motion picture for Christ? You should be imitating the picture of Christ and the church, right? Just as Christ loved the church, so the husband loves the wife. It's all about the picture. And so there's a lot of interesting things on that kind of stuff. But I just watched this video about what you just said. Oh, which one? What video, Angel? About what I just said? What did I just say? Was it on the marriage, or was it on the Ezekiel? We were on Ezekiel there for a bit. What does submit mean? I feel like I should go and give you the actual definition. You can download the Blue Letter Bible and go click on that word, and it'll give you the version, the idea in Greek. I'm going to pause you guys for 20 seconds. Okie dokie. Guess who's back? Um, yeah, so hopefully that makes sense. Absolutely happily married 44 years, believe and practice what Jesus says about marriage. Yeah. I mean, and that's the importance of marriage, right? Like if you get married to somebody who you are not, who like if you're a Christian and you marry somebody who is not a Christian, or you're in a relationship with somebody who's not a Christian, you are setting yourself up for a life of hardship. And I don't care about how much you love him or how much you love her, or I think he'll change or I think she'll change. Like, I don't care. Like, it is gonna be disastrous. It's gonna be hard. You need to be equally yoked when it comes to your foundation. Because when you guys stumble and have a really hard time, which it's gonna happen, if you're a Christian, you're going to fall down on Christ, but your spouse or your boyfriend, girlfriend, or whatever, when they fall, they're going to fall on something other than Christ, and then you guys are going to react completely differently. And so that's why you need to both fall on Christ, and then that way you come back together. That's the whole thing. That's the picture there. And if you, did you go pee? No. What if one was unfaithful? If there's somebody, I mean, there's a way out, and it's a really difficult thing. I like to think about so I don't know, have you guys read the book of Hosea or studied it at all? Hi, Misty. Have you guys studied the book of Hosea? Christy, since you're the one who asked that one. Yes. Hi. The John Stone fam. Hello. The book of Hosea is amazing if you try to unpack some of those things. Because, we all want to get out if we have, like, there's a way out. If there's been some infidelity and whatnot, like, there's a way out. And you can leave if you want to, if there's that kind of stuff, like sexual immorality kind of stuff. But the book of Hosea really shines a big time light on marriage and how God has felt with Israel time and time again, because Israel is God's people. God made a covenant that was directed one way. It was a one-way street, like with Abraham. When he put Abraham into his sleep, God made the covenant where he walked in between everything by himself. Normally, when you make a covenant, both people go in and out and make that figure eight type of thing. But God put Abraham in sleep, and he made the covenant to Abraham, which made it a one-way, unconditional. It doesn't matter what you do, I'm never going to break this covenant towards you, Abraham. And so that's what he was doing. He said, I am making this covenant towards Israel, and Israel will be my people. And so God is a jealous God. And so when he sees his people choose other gods or idols or fall into sin or do this or choose other things other than him, he gets all kinds of upset. And so this book, Hosea, really brings into play this whole picture of how he feels when he was basically teaching this guy Hosea how he felt every time not bride, but the body of, or Israel, every time they cheated on God, he was giving Hosea insight on how he felt. And so Hosea married this not a good lady, a harlot, if you will, and he names their 3 kids all of these different names that have different meanings. But it's really neat when you start to unpack it, and I'm kind of rusty on it right now. But if you're interested in that, I would read that if you're trying to gain some insight. Hello, Coffee. I love your name. I'm telling you what, every time I see your name, I just like kind of dopamine. Melly, hi. How are you? Melly, did you want to come up and tell us? I think you said that you had a testimony or something. They slip in parallel to our injects. Hello, Paris. Are you just getting here? Coffee? We went through Daniel chapter 5 and 6 tonight. I think it was 5 and 6. So I see myself. I know I'm forgiven now. I am who Jesus says I am. Yeah, Keo. I think the Bible gives us everything that we need And, it's important to understand the Bible, because if you don't, you are going to be running into every wall like in a dark room. You're just bumping into everything because you don't know what to do. But the Bible is a lamp unto my feet and a light unto my path. And it's important to know Scripture, because that's what you fall down on. And so what I mean by that is it's important to know the stories that are in the Bible. For example, King David is called a man after God's own heart, right? But let's look at him as in our human eyes. Let's judge the crap out of King David. He committed adultery and he killed somebody. That is absolutely terrible. That's a bad person in my point of view, right? But he is still named a man after God's own heart. Let's go to the New Testament. You have a guy named Saul who literally killed, his whole job was to hunt down Christians and kill them. And now Saul turned into Paul, and he completely turned his life around. And so my point here is that you see what God did with those people, and he didn't just cast them to the side for what they did. Now you can understand that after King David did what he did, he kind of like led the rest of his life with his tail tucked behind his, or between his legs, like he was limping for the rest of his life, if you will. And Saul, when he turned to Paul, he referred to himself as the least of the apostles, right? But everybody, you and I, we look at him like he was the greatest because he like has the most written books and whatnot. But we have these stories to fall down on. So when we do something, when we struggle, when we fall down and sin and mess up and we messed up, it's important to understand that he is more than willing to forgive you. And it's the beautiful picture of the prodigal son, where the father has open arms. He doesn't just stand there at the top of the hill when the prodigal son comes back. He runs to the son. And it's a beautiful picture because that's me. I'm the prodigal son, right? Like, and I come back time and time again, and I'm like, Lord, I'm sorry. And he is just happy I'm home. And it's a beautiful picture to see that kind of stuff. And also in 1 John, there's a verse in there when it's the 1 John 5 maybe. It says, if our heart condemns us, God is greater than our hearts. So it's important to understand that. Don't beat yourself up, because if you are, then you need to understand that when you ask for forgiveness, that it's done. It's gone. Boom, done. Like, you got it. Like, I was waiting for you to ask for forgiveness so I could forgive it. And when you ask for forgiveness, far from the east is from the west. So it's really neat. Good night, Wendy. Exactly, Ryan. Let's go. I'm trying so hard to understand it. What are you trying to understand, Coffee? So God is perfect, but he is jealous, angry, and vindictive. His son tells us not to be like God. Oof. Hi, Sam. How are you? I love listening and learning from you. Nice, Veronica. Cool. That's encouraging. Yeah, I just got on. Nice. Yahweh is his name. How does Daniel 4 have to do with the end? It even says it was already fulfilled in Nebuchadnezzar. JBF, it was more, Daniel 4, it was more talking about what I can only type like 25 characters in there. And so I knew we were going to go through Daniel. And so I just leave end times talk in there. But Daniel 4 doesn't necessarily talk about the end times. That already kind of happened. That was historic. But what my point was that we are going to be talking about end times, kind of like how we were. We've already been doing it. You just kind of hopped in here, so you missed a lot of the talk. But when we get to tomorrow, we will be talking about end times a lot, because Daniel chapter 7 is massive prophetically. So it's important to understand that. So you rely on a guy that took a 3-day vacation. He was a god before he was crucified and god after. Hey, Azadi, 32. Yeah, I absolutely do believe in that guy that took a 3-day vacation. However, I would label it, he was crucified, beaten beyond all recognition for me. And I 100% put my life in his hands, and he saved me. Yeah, I read your title thing. Yeah, that's what I was referring to. Janice, yeah, yep. I got 2 little ones. when you start to go live. Okay, I normally go live around 11:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Yeah, Stephanie, right. Misty Branch, yeah. I need a 3-day vacation, no kidding. Um, Thanks, Janice, I appreciate that. More like a miracle, absolutely. But yeah, no, I'll be doing this tomorrow night. We will be going through we went through chapter 5. We went through chapter 5 and chapter 6, and then we're going to be going through chapter 7 and chapter 8 tomorrow. But man, oh man, maybe we'll just do chapter 7. Huh? Chapter 8 is maybe no. I think we can. I think we can get through it. Might be a little rough. Daniel 8 is easy. Yeah, the 4 generals. Alexander the Great. Just explaining it is difficult. JPF. Daniel 9 is everything. Would God be jealous that we believe in Jesus Christ, pray to Jesus, call him our Savior? No, absolutely not. The 3-in-1. Are you on YouTube? That's too late for me. Stephanie, yeah, I put all these up on, I'm a little bit behind, but it is, I put these up on YouTube when I can, but I haven't put any of the Daniel ones up. All the Revelation ones are up, though. Hi, Stephanie. Yeah, no kidding, cover girl. Calling his suffering a 3-day vacation just destroys my heart. Yeah, no kidding. What's the story about Lilith at the beginning? Have you heard it? No, I don't. I don't really have too much to say on that, coffee girl. I don't really have any idea what's going on there. I know people are talking about all kinds of stuff right now, and I'm just like, okay. Let's talk about Jesus. You know, it's really interesting. People like to really get in the weeds about this other stuff. And so, you know, and I don't know where people's hearts or what they're doing in their day-to-day life, but I just find it interesting because it's important to understand what sells, right? Like what gets people's attention. And that's what motivates a lot of people out in the TikTok world. They want to do things or be the first or like, hey, look at what I found or look at what I discovered and me. And I'm just like, it's because, and I understand what they're doing, you know, like it makes complete sense. It's easy to be empathetic to, but like people always want to be in the know. And so like, look at what I heard, or hey, did you hear this or whatever? And people are pouring so much energy and all these other things. And I'm just like, I just want to ask them individually, like these the other people who are Christians out there. I want to say, when was the last time you told somebody about Jesus? Because that's what we should be doing. And so that's what I do. Like, if you've been here at all, like, you understand, like, we go through a book, but, like, every 30 minutes or so, like, I'm like, hey, like, my name's Ryan. Like, I just want you guys to know beyond a shadow of a doubt on how you can know for sure you can get to heaven. And that is by believing that Jesus is the Son of God, that he led a perfect life, that he died on the cross for your sins. Like, that's what I do because that's what the whole point is. And I just wonder, like, I don't follow too many, you know, people, like, religiously on here. And so I don't know, maybe they are doing those things. So hopefully they are. Maybe you guys can fill me in because maybe you guys pay attention to all that kind of stuff. But if they are doing that, then that's awesome and good for them because that's what the focus should be on. But a lot of people like diving into these stuff that doesn't really matter. Like the flat earth, like to me, like, you know, and you can have your own opinion, but the flat earth, like I'm never going to go up to somebody and be like, hey, can I tell you about the flat earth? Or, hey, can I tell you about why the earth is round? Like, it's not going to change anything in my life. If the United States government came out and said, hey, the earth is flat, I'm not going to be like, oh, thank heavens. Whew. We can go to sleep now. You know, like I'm not going to do that. It's not going to change anything. So I just try to keep the focus on Jesus as close as I can, and make sure you don't lose the power in John 3:16. I'm sure you've heard it a million times. Well, hear it again, because it's still just as neat. And I think people get away from it because everybody already knows it, right? Like I just assume everybody knows it. Well, say it again. Say it again. So that's just me. I mean, does God have a daughter too? No, Ellie. No, he does not. Okay, it's almost 4 a.m. in Ohio. I pray you get some rest. Praying for you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah. Yeah, TL. Woo! Say it louder in the back. Awesome. Good night, family. Christy, thank you, guys. Thank you so much. Hopefully see you tomorrow. But yeah, I'm going to get out of here too, guys. I appreciate you guys hanging out with me. I say it all the time, but if you guys ever have any questions about anything, feel free to shoot me a message. I would love to talk to you, honestly. And this is going to go up on YouTube sooner or later, here within a week or so probably. But reach out if you want to. If you have a question, or if you're struggling with something, or if you're wondering what this verse means, or hey, what's your take on this? Like, I would love to talk to you. But I want you to know beyond a shadow of a doubt how you can know for sure you can get to heaven. And it is by one way, and it is by believing that Jesus is God's Son, that he led a sinless life. He was crucified on the cross for your sins. He rose again on the third day. This can all be found in 1 Corinthians chapter 15, 1 through 4. But that's the gospel. And I would need you to know that beyond a shadow of a doubt. Believe in your heart Jesus Christ, right? Like, for God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believes in him shall not perish but have everlasting life. It's also nothing you can do. You cannot earn it. You will never be able to earn it. If you think you can get to heaven by being a good person, then why would Jesus ever have to die? If you could earn it, then Jesus died for nothing. He needed to die because you're a sinner and I'm a sinner. And we were lost without him. The whole picture from Genesis to Revelation is absolutely unbelievable. Adam was a type of Christ. Eve was deceived. She took of the fruit. She ate it. She became sin. Adam was not deceived, as we learn in the book of Romans. Adam knew what he was doing. He didn't want his bride to die, so he became sin to continue it on. And so it's a beautiful picture. And then Jesus, or God, he killed an animal and covered them with the skin. He killed and shed innocent blood. That animal was representing what Jesus would do 2,000 years into the future. Like, the picture is unbelievable. When you look at it from start to finish, it's wonderful. And so that's what he did for you, and he did it because he loves you. And the picture of the church, the bride, Christ being at the head, we being the bride, it's an intimate relationship he wants you to have. There's no other relationship out there that's even anywhere remotely close to a marriage. And that's why it's designed that way, to get him. He's trying to tell you, I love you. And that is unbelievable. And when you read Isaiah 53 and Isaiah 52, and you understand that he was marred, and he was unrecognizable, is what it basically gets the idea. And then Isaiah 53:6, where also in Isaiah 53, it talks about how he was bruised, but the word there is crushed. It pleased the Lord to crush him. He needed to do that so that he could save us. And that, God the Father said, yes, I accept that. That is good enough. It's unbelievable. He did that for you. So I want you guys to know that. And I hope you do. And if you have any questions, feel free to reach out. I would love to talk to you about it. But I will be on here tomorrow, probably around 11:30. So feel free to hang out with me if you would like. But thank you, Leah. And thanks for being here, guys. I will talk to you tomorrow.